This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome into the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is Monday. Happy Monday, everybody. Let's give you a live look outside right now from our Estabrook Park camera. A little bit cloudy here, mid to high 70s here, 76 degrees right now. Let's take a look at, I was going to show you your 6-day planner, but it has just disappeared on me. But we are expecting possibly some showers heading into this evening. And of course, take a look at the top right hand on your screen. Election Day, now 18 hours away until the polls open here in Milwaukee. So super exciting that we're following that here as well. So we are going to bring you some more Election Day coverage that we've got here. So Mordecai Lee, our UWM professor and also our political analyst, is going to be joining me as it is now a race to the polls here. So we are going to be monitoring that as well. Some of the other big stories that we are following today, the first being that we now know the name of the officer involved in the shooting of a man who was killed in Madison back on July 22nd. Take a look here. This is the update that we just got. So the officer identified as Keel Badinger Peterson, 10 years and 10 months of law enforcement service. 4 responding officers who were in that video that you've seen were placed on administrative leave per agency policy. We've been covering what's going on in Madison for weeks now. So after this shooting happened on July 22nd, the victim, 38-year-old Corey Ruiz, police say that he was armed with a knife and injured an officer, which did lead to a shooting and his death. But since then, protesters have been rallying around the site where the shooting happened. We saw an encampment build over the last few weeks, and then leading up to last week where city workers took that encampment down, met with some restraint, some pushback from protesters, ended up escalating so much that law enforcement needed to get involved. We brought you those protests right here on Fox 6. Very tense moments between protesters and law enforcement. We saw several people get arrested live on air here. That encampment site has since been taken down and is now dismantled. We brought you coverage following those days, and things started to taper off and die down. There is still a memorial site on the street where it was Baldwin and Williamson, which was where the intersection where the shooting happened. There's still a memorial, flowers for the victim, Corey Ruiz, but the street is no longer blocked off and it is able to operate in businesses, and traffic is flowing there through as usual. But this is the update that we just got a few hours ago. Right now, this is being investigated independently by the Wisconsin Department of Justice and the Office of the Attorney General here. So we're going to continue to bring you updates just as soon as we learn more. Another big update that we got was about that fire that happened at a Milwaukee elementary school at Lincoln Avenue. Happened back on June 30th now. So we're getting this update nearly a month and a half later after it happened. We now know it was ruled an accident caused by chemical-soaked rags in a garbage can. Milwaukee Public Schools are requesting bids from partners to demolish the building now. Lincoln Avenue School is going to relocate within Pulaski High School as we start to get back to school stuff going. It's already, beginning of August here, several people getting ready or already back at school. There is a supply drive ongoing. I want to direct you to that as well. So this is going through August 24th. Donation boxes inside district lobbies. The goal of 250 book bags. They want to get 250 book bags filled with supplies for students. You can donate backpacks, crayons, pencils, and markers. For more information, you can go to our website, fox6now.com. Another one of the big stories that we're following here on the Wisconsin Live Desk as well is this fatal shooting that happened on Saturday. We now know the names of the 2 victims. They were identified by family over the weekend on your screen. That's Scott Buchholz and Vanessa de Herrera, were both victims in this shooting that happened at 21st and Pierce again on Saturday. We are working to get updates on that as well as possibly hear from the family later today as well. So keep it right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk for several of those updates. Take you back outside right now in Milwaukee. We are expected to get a look at your forecast. We are expecting a little bit more rain after a pretty big system that came through yesterday just before noon-ish. I remember seeing it from outside my apartment window. Crazy video coming in. We are going to have our meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello break down what exactly we were seeing there, and keep it right here. We have so many things that we're going to keep you updated on, including with the election, with these big stories that we're following, and as well as your forecast. So if I were you, I would keep it right here on Fox Local. Maybe even turn your volume up if you're going in another room, doing your laundry or whatever. We'll be here with you to bring you those updates and the very latest about what's happening in and around Southeast Wisconsin. We are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
We are less than 24 hours away from the primary election day here in Wisconsin. Big races that we have been following, including the one for governor that we've seen here. These are the candidates that will be on your ballot in the race on the Democratic side. So we've got Joel Brennan, David Crowley, Francesca Hong, Kelda Royce. Also, you see 7 names here, but of course we have the ones blacked out in black and white for a reason. Those are the candidates that have since dropped out of the race since it began. So the former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, Missy Hughes, and the Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez have all dropped out in a pretty tumultuous race. It wasn't an easy feat to get here to this point. There's been a lot of fluidity and changes that have happened. It started when Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez, I'm getting ahead of myself. First, Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley dropped out of the race, endorsed Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez, who then a couple of days later announced that she had fired her campaign manager over the mishandling of funding. So then that happened, and then she ended up dropping out of the race. Following that, the former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes also dropped out, and then the Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley came back into the race now and got a rare endorsement from Governor Tony Evers there. So he's been on the campaign trail with the governor, going to places like Sheboygan. We took you there on Friday, and of course we'll be back here in Milwaukee tomorrow for election night. Francesca Hong, same thing, also been making her final stretch on this campaign trail, going places all throughout the state of Wisconsin. Will be at her watch party tomorrow night in Madison as well in this race. We know that Francesca Hong has been polling in first place by a pretty sizable margin there. A poll that we got last week, the Stake Navigate poll, showed her at 44%, whereas the Milwaukee County Executive at 22%. That undecided number still at 9%, so we will keeping an eye out on that as people do head to the polls. We know that early voting in Milwaukee ended yesterday. So just looking at the final numbers that we got. So 368,046 early voters statewide. There were 67,091 in Milwaukee County, 11,912 in Racine, 36,717 in Waukesha County, over 5,900 in Sheboygan County, 10,000 plus in Kenosha County. So we're going to be checking in with our political analyst, Mordecai Lee, about 20 minutes now, just to kind of break down the state of the race and where we're at now, 18 hours away from when the polls open here in Wisconsin. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, as well as also on your ballot on the Republican side, Andy Mansky and Tom Tiffany, who we know does have the endorsement of President Trump and the Trump administration. So a race that we're definitely keeping an eye on here as we are on the Wisconsin Live Desk, but just giving you an overall view of what candidates will be on your ballot come tomorrow if you do get out and vote then. So for those of you who do have plans to get out tomorrow, polls open at 7 a.m. and they close at 8 o'clock. As long as you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will be able to vote. Be sure to bring a photo ID, and you can register at the polls. You can also register to vote right now on our website. We have information there, fox6now.com, for more information on getting to the polls, how to see who's on your ballot. All of that information, it's all organized perfectly on our website, fox6now.com. Highly recommend taking a look at that before you head out tomorrow to vote. Just giving you another live look outside right now, look at the Marquette Interchange. Pretty cloudy out there. Sun doesn't really seem to be peeking through as we sit in the mid-70s right now. Is a chance for some more showers tonight. I know we were dealing with a lot of rain early yesterday afternoon as some systems rolled through there. Really, really heavy rain that came through Milwaukee County and then went over West Allis. I know we got some incredible photos of the State Fair. So we are going to break down what exactly we were seeing there and the science behind it in just a little bit here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Going to take a quick break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
18 hours, 43 minutes, and 52 seconds until polls open tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock here in Wisconsin for a highly anticipated primary election that we've been following. We are going to sit down and talk with UWM Professor Mordecai Lee about his analysis and the state of the race ahead of tomorrow when the polls do go ahead and open. We saw a great turnout, as I've been talking about here on the live desk today, for early in-person voting. Over 300,000 across the Badger State have voted in this so far. So we are going to bring you coverage hour by hour tomorrow on the Wisconsin Live Desk throughout the day as the polls do open, and then again once they close at 8 o'clock here. So just kind of talking a little bit more about that race for governor and everything. We want to know how you are voting this year. So in-person absentee, 7%, mail-in absentees, 27%, in-person on election day, 66%. So even though we saw 300,000 just in early voting, we're still expected, or over half of you say that you're going to be voting in person tomorrow on election day. We have a great things that you need to know article on our website, fox6now.com. I encourage you to check it out. Make sure you are prepared and ready to go if you do plan on heading to the polls tomorrow, which seems like a lot of you. I will be as well. So definitely good to get that information in and make sure that you have your ID and everything is up to date. Let's take you back outside now, live look as we look down the Marquette interchange. Pretty cloudy out there after we saw a few rounds of storms roll in early yesterday, a very stormy Sunday. Let's bring in meteorologist Lisa Michaels. Lisa, are we expecting more storms today? Oh, let me get your mic, Lisa. I think I got you now.
All right, can you hear me?
There we go. Yes,
Perfect.
I got you.
Okay. Unfortunately, yes, Maddie, we are going to be expecting more rain and storms, but I don't think it's going to be as impactful for most of our area like what we had yesterday late morning and even heading into the evening. Now, while you said yes, we have some clouds right now, we're also dealing with some thick wildfire smoke aloft, so that's only going to enhance some of the cloudiness on our skyline, but no rain just yet. Here is what we're tracking. Well, the clouds are very apparent, and so is the moisture. If you step outside, we are watching this stationary boundary that is hovering right south of the border. Where we are tracking the surface front and south of it, that is where the greater risk for severe weather is going to stand. Already starting to fire off a few storms near Cedar Rapids, Iowa, but what we will be watching for the upcoming hours is what develops along this front and maybe even north of it, because that could impact portions of southern Wisconsin. We do have a marginal risk for southern portions of the state with the slight risk further south. So the higher risk for more active weather, I think, is going to remain in northern and central Illinois. But we here could have a higher risk included in our southern counties for heavy rainfall. So a slight risk for heavy rainfall is favored for our southern counties with a marginal risk heading towards our northern counties. And again, what we had yesterday was really heavy rain, soaked the grounds, and we could have more of that again heading into tonight if areas do see a couple showers and storms. So the threats overall, we're going to give you that. It's not really looking to be a tornadic threat, but it's more the heavy rain, which could lead to some flooding. There could be some storms north of that front, a little elevated, that could produce some hail as well as some gusty winds. And again, we're going to step you through that timeline quickly. Most of the afternoon should stay dry. Can't rule out the chance of maybe an isolated shower, a couple sprinkles, but it's really going to be towards the late afternoon, early evening. So we're talking about 6 o'clock and later for noticing some showers and storms trying to get close to the border. And that could amplify even as we extend further into the evening. But as things move further north, they should gradually weaken. But that doesn't mean they can't play a threat for heavy rain again and some hail. So we'll be watching that overnight tonight into tomorrow. We may have an isolated shower early tomorrow, but I think the bigger threat for Tuesday's forecast is another oncoming complex from the west that could bring us another show of very strong winds, very heavy rain, and some hail as well as we move into the late morning and early afternoon. So it's just these consecutive rounds of showers and thunderstorms, Maddie, that we are keeping a close eye on. And while the threat is still looking to be more south tomorrow, again, we will have the threat of heavy rain through all of these, and that's something which hopefully can help us out with drought conditions, but it's not going to be the prettiest start of the week. Temperatures are warming into the upper 70s, low 80s right now. We're going to continue to have a little bit cooler temperatures near the lakefront by the afternoon, a little bit warmer inland, but it is going to be muggy, and that's going to be the worst of it prior to any kind of precipitation coming at all. So it's not the threat necessarily of the warm temperatures, but it's the threat of showers, heavy showers I may add, thunderstorms, and very humid air that's going to stick with us for the majority of the week. We should start to at least calm things down a little bit by Friday. Lower temperatures a smidge as well with our dew points, but then we have to shift our focus to the weekend, which could include some additional showers and storms in the forecast. So very active. We aren't looking at having much of a change for our upper level flow, which is why we're consistently seeing a very similar forecast day in and day out.
Now, Lisa, I think a lot of people, especially with the rain we saw yesterday, marking a year since that catastrophic flooding came.
Yeah.
Is this something that we could be seeing similar to this week, or is that not something that you can really predict ahead of time?
No, I wouldn't say it's going to be anything like that. Now, what was ironic was yesterday for that year anniversary of where West Dallas had 10 inches of rain. We had 14.5 inches, close to that for Milwaukee. We also had the state fair closed, right, for the last day because of that flooding last year. Yesterday, the state fair even closed temporarily because of the heavy rain and storms. So something that, we typically have storms at some point during the fair week, but we normally don't see it close like that, especially with some very minor flooding and pooling on the fairgrounds yesterday. This week ahead, yes, while we're tracking showers and thunderstorms, right now it's not looking like we're going to see anything historic like that, but we certainly have had some drought conditions. And Maddie, what that can do is the soil itself is very dry. It's very hard. So when we get these heavy rains and it comes quick, it can't absorb into the soil quick enough, so then it actually kind of runs off more than soaking in, and that is what can create some of the flooding concerns. So that's, I think, what we have to track going forward is really how moist is our soil right now. We are still under drought conditions for majority of the state, and that could create some additional problems for flooding as we move through the week ahead. So there's a lot of factors that can play into the potential for flooding, but that's going to be one of them. Thankfully, I think this front is going to be to our south. So while we still could see some heavy showers and storms, I don't think we're going to see the heaviest in terms of rain. I think that will right now stay south in Illinois.
And I know that you guys have been helping out our friends down in Chicago because that severe weather threat, more serious for them in that area. Are they expecting tornado-like possibilities?
Yeah, so that was one thing, Maddie, we were tracking yesterday is we had a front to our north. So that could give us more favorable slight rotation for our environment. And the Chicagoland area is expected to have the exact same thing. Now they are south of that front, so they're going to have the better environment for maybe some spin-up tornadoes. Also dealing with a way better environment for large hail and damaging winds. And a lot of the Chicagoland area got hit with storms last night. So it's like they're getting the same repeat effect of severe weather as well. Much more tree damage there, much more in terms of larger reports of hail, but they're just going to be getting hit end on end with these storms moving through. And again, it's not just the storms that they could deal with this afternoon and tonight. The round that we could see tomorrow, late morning, early afternoon, they could also get impacts from that. So it's just this unsettling pattern that is sticking with us right now. It will still stay with us and taper down a little bit by the end of the week, but it's just not changing much. So unfortunately, we are looking to have more of a wet and stormy forecast, even for the week ahead.
Yeah, stormy and gloomy week, just looking behind you ahead. But you're such a light in front of the 6-day planner there, Lisa.
Maddie.
But had to ask about Chicago or like that area, because of course, our people are there, and I think a lot of people have loved ones and stuff in the area. So
yeah, we do.
Yeah, things won't be too bad, but of course, keep it right here too for those updates as well, Lisa.
And we'll be tracking it all.
Yep, always, Lisa. Thanks so much for joining us here on the live desk. Crazy weather week that I feel like we've had, and it's only just been Sunday and Monday, but yesterday watching that storm roll in was just incredible to see, and seeing all of the pictures from viewers and everything. We're going to take a closer look at that storm that did come through yesterday a little bit later on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Keep it right here on Fox Local. We're going to be talking Election Day tomorrow right after the break.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
It is 12:30 on your Monday afternoon. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. Let's put up our countdown clock right now. 18 hours, 30 minutes, and about 46 seconds until polls open tomorrow here in Wisconsin, ahead of a highly anticipated primary election here. One race that we've been following very closely, number one being the race for Wisconsin governor. I'm going to bring in our political analyst, Mordecai Lee. Mordecai, not an easy time getting here, I feel like. Debrief is so necessary, I feel like, heading into tomorrow.
No, things got more complicated as we got closer to Tuesday's primary instead of more simple. So I think that a lot of people are reacting to that, and maybe only now starting to concentrate on, I got to make a decision. I was undecided, and then I lean this way, I lean that way. But I'm glad you showed on the clock exactly how much more time it is before people really got to decide.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think heading into this now, it's now about like the final stretch about what the candidates are doing. We know front runner on the Democratic side, according to polling, is Francesca Hong. I know we had talked about, since you are such an avid voter, you do get a lot of mail from these candidates, and you were going to show us some of the last things, the last push in the messaging from those candidates heading into tomorrow.
Right, because it's always interesting to me to find out, what are the advocates saying exactly? What do they think is their best pitch to try to convince voters? And so over the weekend, I got mailings from independent committees that support some of those candidates. And let's see if I can get this up here. Okay, here's one from Hong. And you can see that the goal is, the slogan is, great schools for every kid, no exceptions. And so what that's telling us is that they think that hitting hard on the quality of education is going to be a winning kind of argument. I also got a card from an independent spending group for Crowley, and let me see if I can get that up here. Whoops. Here we go. It says, "We are stronger together." And so as a theme, that clearly is saying, let's not nominate a divisive candidate. Let's elect a unifying candidate. And they think that that would be a winning kind of slogan. I didn't get anything from Roy's, but I did get a literature drop in my apartment building from Joel Brennan about a week ago. Let's see if I can get it up there. Whoa, whoops. And it says, I'm not doing that very well. It says, Wisconsin needs a leader, Joel Brennan, Democrat for governor. And so that, again, is an indication that he's leaning on his qualifications, even though he's never held elected office, but he was the Secretary of Administration for Governor Evers in Evers' first term. And so he's running as being the qualified person who can hit the ground running, even though he's never held elected office before.
And looking at the three, because I know you had showed me a picture here, and don't worry, we blurred out your addresses, Mordecai, so nobody can come find you. But yeah, just kind of looking at all of these messages together, I think this is so interesting to take a look at, because based on what you're seeing here, do you think these are the primary issues for voters, especially those undecided ones that are going to be heading to the polls tomorrow? Do you think these are like the core issues they're going to be considering?
Maddie, that's such a great question, because Wisconsin voters are so unpredictable that sometimes people like you and me can be way off in left field. But to me, it's very interesting that Hong is hitting really hard on education, K-12 education. That's got to mean that they think that this is nearly the number one, at best, in the top three issues that voters care about. Then the postcard from the Independent Spending Group for Crowley is punching hard on being unified. Clearly, they're trying to contrast themselves to Hong, who they believe is a divisive figure as a democratic socialist, and who would not necessarily have as easy a chance of beating the Republican candidate in November. So in a sense, what they're saying with this slogan is they're saying to a voter, maybe you like so-and-so and maybe you like so-and-so, but if you really want to be sure that our party, we the Democrats, can win in November, then please vote what's called strategically please vote not for who you like, who you love, who's in your heart, but vote for the person who'd be strongest for our party to win. And so maybe it's a kind of an indirect slogan. Maybe the average voter getting that postcard wouldn't quite hear that message. But I think it's pretty underlying what they're trying to do. And the Joel Brennan piece is very detailed on that side of the card. It's talking about his qualifications for office as the Secretary of Administration and other nonprofits that he's run, that he believes that even though he's never held elected office, that he is showing with this card how qualified he is to be governor from day one.
I want to talk a little bit about last week, and I know that you were out of office last week, but one thing that we were also watching was the Michigan primary, and I think that was on a lot of people's minds, a little different in the race for Senator, for Abdul El-Sayed. And looking at those numbers, earlier he wasn't polling as closely as the race ended up being. Do you think we could see something similar like that happen here in the race for governor in Wisconsin?
Maddie, I think you've put your finger on it in the sense of that maybe Hong has mobilized a very vocal and visible set of voters, as he did, and he was leading in the polls. I believe it was like 10 or 11 or 12 points going into Election Day last Tuesday in Michigan. And then the end result of the primary in Michigan was that he won by 1 point. And so one can take from that, if Wisconsin is like Michigan, and in many ways we are, because both of us are from the upper Midwest, both of us are very deep purple states, and both of us are states that can just as easily elect a Republican as a Democrat. And so it was interesting that the moderate Democrat versus the more liberal Democrat surged between the final polls and Election Day. Now, that either means that polling just isn't that good for primaries, and it's not the fault of pollsters. It's because the turnout of who actually votes is so unpredictable. Or it could be that truly, all of a sudden, some Michigan voters woke up that Tuesday morning and thought, gee, do I vote my heart or do I vote strategically? And for those who fell on the side of, I'm going to vote strategically, suddenly the more moderate Democrat, a congresswoman, came within a hair's breadth of winning the primary.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see those results tomorrow. Usually I'm like a 9 p.m. bedtime person, but I feel like I'm going to be staying up late just to see how this ends up panning out here in Wisconsin. I mean, it's been such a closely watched race here. I think talking to a little bit about, do you feel like there's a progressive movement going on here? We now have candidates across the U.S. in different races. I mean, we saw in the race for mayor in New York, campaigning on being this democratic socialist. I know Abdul El-Sayed doesn't say that he is a democratic socialist. That wasn't part of his campaign. But when you look at kind of the movement and where voters are going to, do you feel like there is a little bit of this progressive push here across the board?
I sort of think of it as this is happening to both parties. After all, when Donald Trump first declared that he was going to run for president, to a certain extent, people just sort of laughed at him. Like, who is this guy? He's never held elected office before. He's saying these extreme things about Mexicans crossing illegally into the United States. And as it turned out, he was a brilliant politician, and he sort of found a base that nobody knew existed in the Republican Party. And that was what we now call MAGA, a kind of a populist, anti-status quo base for Republicans. And I think what's happened is exactly a mirror image of that in the Democratic Party, that of course we knew that there were some Democrats who were farther to the left than sort of moderate Democrats like, say, Bill Clinton or Barack Obama. But I think and that when Bernie Sanders first started talking about running for president, it was almost like he was the Democratic version of Donald Trump. Like, oh, this guy isn't going anywhere. There aren't that many socialists in the Democratic Party. And then it turns out that there are. And back in the, what was that, the 2016 presidential election, when we had a presidential primary here in Wisconsin, Bernie Sanders beat Hillary Clinton, to everybody's sort of stupefaction in terms of what the conventional wisdom was of the status quo. And so here we've got Francesca Hong has located the socialist-leaning voters here in Wisconsin that we never imagined were 44% of the Democratic primary voters, that she ever so gradually, shrewdly using organizing tactics that labor unions use, using social media to an incredibly successful extent, she found her people and her people found her. And that's why in so many of the last couple of Marquette polls, she was the leader. And I think going into tomorrow, we should assume that she's the leader. That there are, at least based on these final polls, 44% of Democratic primary voters who do consider themselves sympathetic to socialism.
How do you think it helps or hurts, I think, being in a battleground state of Wisconsin, for people who are in that undecided or maybe in the middle, do you feel like these progressive movements on both sides could be forcing them to ultimately make the decision about one extreme or the other?
Well, I think it's in the context of what's acceptable to the voters. In other words, would they feel comfortable with a socialist Democrat being the Democratic nominee for governor effective tomorrow night? Or would they be uncomfortable? Clearly, Francesca Hong has tapped into the young generation of voters, with sort of 18 to 29, we would say, who historically have very low turnout levels. Historically, young people, in relative terms, 20-somethings, don't vote with the same intensity or frequency as people who are older. And so she's found them and they're enthused, and we've got to assume that because they tell pollsters that they support her, that they definitely are going to vote tomorrow. Now, on the other end of the scale, the more traditional Wisconsin primary voter is on the older side, is a college graduate, and has an income that's above average. So these are sort of white-collar, suburban senior citizens who would predominantly vote for a moderate Democrat. And tomorrow, I think, is going to be a real seesaw between the sort of younger versus older, high turnout versus low turnout generations. And I think it really could go 50-50, because Crowley has been zooming up in the polls, but he still has a way to go based on the last couple of reliable polls to get anywhere to being really competitive with Hong.
And I think, too, tomorrow we could be seeing higher numbers of people headed to the polls tomorrow because, of course, primaries aren't as popular for people. The turnout isn't as great. So I think one important thing also, is there anything you feel like voters who may be voting in their first primary tomorrow should know heading into the polls when they open at 7?
You know, there's something that keeps happening every time we have a partisan primary. Everybody understands that in Wisconsin, anybody can vote in an open primary. So anybody can wake up tomorrow morning and say, today I'm going to vote in the Republican primary, or today I'm going to vote in the Democratic primary. In fact, that's why some of us are expecting that there's going to be a substantial crossover vote by Republicans deciding to vote tomorrow in the Democratic primary and voting for Hong, because they think that she would be easier to defeat by Tom Tiffany in November compared to, let's say, David Crowley. But there's one detail that has to be kept in mind. Once a voter in Wisconsin decides to vote in one party's primary, they have to stick to that party's column for the rest of the day. In other words, tomorrow there's a much unpublicized Republican primary for lieutenant governor. Now, clearly, a statewide primary for lieutenant governor is nothing like a primary for governor. But if somebody, let's say, is a Republican, they have to make a decision. Do I want to vote in the Democratic primary for governor or in the Republican primary for lieutenant governor? They can't do it in both. And so I'm really not sure how it's going to break because of this limitation. Now, there are a lot of Wisconsin independent voters who think the law is wrong, is unfair, that they should be able to vote in one party's primary for one office and then another party's primary for another office. A kind of a sort of semifinal in the sense that it doesn't matter if it's American League or National League or whatever it might be. But I think that for the law to expect that people will at least consistently only vote in one party's primary, I think there's a rationale to that and a justification for it.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how it all plays out, but nonetheless going to be very interesting day tomorrow to see how it all develops. Make sure you have your coffee. I've got mine ready to go. I think we're in for a long ride tomorrow, Mordecai. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll check in again tomorrow as the polls are open with Mordecai once again, but definitely a race that not only people in Wisconsin are going to be watching, but I think the rest of the country, just seeing what the Democrats or the candidates have put out there, rather, their campaign strategies and the final messages and the push for what we're seeing. We will bring you updates here on the Wisconsin Live Desk and on our early and evening newscast. We're going to take a quick break here, but we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Getting some new video right now of an earthquake that just rolled through earlier this morning. Take a look right here. This happened in Colombia and Ecuador around 11:19 our time this morning. At least 47 people are dead. This was a 7.4 magnitude earthquake. There's dozens of injuries on top of that. Buildings collapse and several evacuations that are underway. So the western cities impacted are Pereira, Cali, Manizales. Those are just a few of several here in this incredible video. You can just see it shaking here. I'm going to see if there is any sound that we can bring you. Doesn't look like it here, but you can just see the effects of it in the buildings. Here we go. You can see the cathedral tower here that collapsed after that earthquake, just showing how powerful it was. Again, 7.4 magnitude, so crazy number that we are seeing there, and pretty devastating what's happening over there as several people are still injured. Evacuations are underway, people trapped as well. Here's some more that we are getting here. This is from Bogota. You can hear those alarms there. But just absolutely devastating to see the aftermath of that 7.4 magnitude quake. So really shook the areas. Again, those evacuations and rescues are underway in those areas. of Colombia and Ecuador. We're going to continue monitoring this and bring you any updates as soon as we do get them. We are tracking some weather closer to home as well. We could be expecting to see some showers heading into tonight. I know there are some potential concerns for flooding heading into this week too, as we are expected to get a lot of rain over these next few days. I know we saw a pretty severe storm roll in yesterday for your Sunday. I feel like it made for the perfect Sunday weather. It was rainy and gloomy. At one point, super heavy rain came down just before noon. I remember I was watching it from my window, and just incredible to see that system roll in. We're hopefully going to get an analysis to break all of that down here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, check in with some of our weather experts on that. Some other of the big stories that we're following, just kind of resetting here as we get to the bottom of the hour. First being the election. This is the countdown that we have right now. 18 hours, 10 minutes, and 15 seconds. I know Mordecai loved the exact precise time when the polls do open tomorrow at 7 a.m. A point that Mordecai did make that I think is important to stress is that if you decide to vote in the Democratic primary, you have to stick with that throughout your whole ballot. So you can't switch or flip around. He had mentioned a very contentious race for lieutenant governor as well. So curious to see how those things are going to play out, because Mordecai was saying that maybe Republicans might decide that they want to vote in the Democratic primary, but then again would not be able to vote in that race for lieutenant governor, as well as other pretty big races that we are following as well, but of course the main being the one for governor. Here's who's on your ballot if you do decide to vote in the Democratic primary. We've got Joel Brennan, David Crowley, Francesca Hong, and Kelda Roys. Mandela Barnes, Missy Hughes, and Sarah Rodriguez also going to be on your ballots, but they are no longer in the actual race for governor. We've seen Francesca Hong leading the polling numbers here. We just got a poll last week from State Navigate showing that she was at 44%, the Milwaukee County executive at 22%, so a pretty sizable margin between the two of them, the undecided at 9%. So this is a race that we will be following here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. If you do decide to vote in the Republican primary, Andy Mansky and Tom Tiffany will be on your ballot. We know Tiffany does have the endorsement of President Trump, so that is another two. Whichever way you decide to go, these are the candidates that will be on your ballot. Taking a look at our poll right here, we know that we asked, how are you choosing to vote in the primary? In-person absentee, 7%, mail-in, 27%. 66% of you, though, said in-person on election day. So more than half of you will be voting in person tomorrow. So some other things to keep in mind here. So the polls open at 7 until 8 o'clock. If you are in line at 8 o'clock, then you will be able to vote. Be sure to bring your photo ID and you can register at the polls. If you still have a Illinois ID, or maybe you're just over the border, or like you just moved here recently and haven't gotten your ID updated, make sure that you have other forms of identification. You could bring in your lease, you could bring in your past few electric bills, and also your passport. Make sure that you have all of those items. If you are I'm exposing myself right now. I do have an Illinois ID, you guys. I am from Illinois. So that's why I'm saying this, because it's important to know. I'll even say it was when I first got here a couple of years ago and I went to go vote, I didn't know that. I thought a photo ID was enough, and I got turned away. Luckily, my polling site's was literally right next to my building, so I just went back, grabbed my passport, and then went. But you don't want to have to do that. So make sure you have everything that you need. We do have a full article on our website, fox6now.com, to make sure you have all the documentation appropriate that you do need here. And of course, we will be following this and bringing you coverage here on Fox Local once the polls close at 8 o'clock until these races are called. But definitely some important things to keep in mind as we do head into the primary tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Be sure to vote in that poll. I know I flashed it one more time, and it was actually what we like to call a hot punch. I have all these buttons in front of me, and sometimes, you guys, I press the wrong one. That's why sometimes you accidentally see the green screen in weather, or sometimes I'll accidentally hit a certain button. But good to push this poll one more time, of course, of this is going to be a huge primary tomorrow. Are expecting a larger turnout than usual here. As far as early voting goes, I'll just say this one more time because why not? We're on it. 67,000 people voted early in Milwaukee County, 11,000 plus in Racine, over 36,000 in Waukesha County, 5,000 in Sheboygan, and 10,000 in Kenosha County. Online records indicated that 368,000 plus people voted early statewide. So kind of giving some insight on voter enthusiasm this year heading into the primary, and of course a very contentious midterm election that we will be following here in November. Now we're going to take that quick break as I press the right button. Hi guys. So we'll be right back. Bottom of the hour here. We'll be resetting at the top at 1 o'clock. Stay with us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So much more to come. We'll be right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Approaching the top of the 1 o'clock hour here on this Monday afternoon. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. Let's take you live right now. This is from our Fox 6 truck right now. Our breaking news crew is off, ready to serve us here in and around Southeast Wisconsin, bring you any of the latest news. You can see the clouds up there as we look. Guys, we're in that building right now. You can't see us, obviously, because it's the exterior of Fox 6, but there we are right now, the live look in Brown Deer. We are tracking some possible rain heading in later this evening. Going to bring in meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello now. Steph, oh my
Whoa.
Goodness. And I was just talking about this, Steph, that sometimes I hit the wrong buttons here on the live desk. I'm going to let you go before I hit anything else that's wrong.
No, I get it. You know what? Multiple cams of Maddie, there's nothing wrong with that. But to your point, we do have cloud cover out there right now. It was a really foggy start to the morning. Now we're just overcast, and my goodness, is it humid. Dew points nearing 70. They've been in the 70s all morning long. We've got quite a humid stretch ahead the next couple of days. This is also going to be a relatively active week. At this point, there's really only one dry day in the extended forecast. It comes at a good time, Friday, potentially, so something to look forward to. Now, we are still dry right now, a lot of stagnant air. We do not have much in the way of wind right now. Again, we've got the cloud cover, we've got the high humidity, but going forward today, especially later tonight, parts of southeast Wisconsin could see a few more thunderstorms, really favoring the Wisconsin-Illinois state line right now, and we'll get to that in just a bit. But let's talk more about the high humidity. This is for the majority of the state, aside from far northern Wisconsin, Rhinelander, and out west to Duluth. Dew points are lovely, but really from Green Bay all the way down to Illinois, Iowa, surrounding areas, dew points are high. Most of southern Wisconsin dealing with upper 60-degree dew points. You get into Illinois, those dew points are well into the 70s. So it's a muggy day, to say the very least. And now this is going to be our stretch. So through at least Thursday, plan on high dew points or high humidity. They will likely be in the upper 60s to low 70s at times all the way through Thursday. A little bit of a break come Friday. That again looks to be our dry day right now. And then we'll watch the weekend as we see slight rain chances creeping back in. That would mean an increase in humidity as well. But what we're feeling out there right now, unfortunately, going to stay with us through at least Thursday of this week. There is a stalled front at the surface just south of us in northern Illinois, and it's going to stay likely in the vicinity throughout the remainder of the day today and even throughout the day tomorrow. So we do have some thunderstorm chances today, especially in southern Wisconsin. Tomorrow we all have the chance for some storms, but thankfully all is calm right now. We have the cloud cover again across most of central and southern Wisconsin as well as down towards the south. But notice how it's really south of this boundary into Iowa, Missouri, parts of Illinois that the rain is right now. So that's a good thing. We still have quite some time before we see more thunderstorm development. And here locally really is going to favor some of our southern communities. So those communities closest to that stalled front, Walworth, Racine, Kenosha counties, and honestly, it may hold off until after 8 p.m. or so. Now, we are technically under a marginal risk for those southern communities. If thunderstorms develop here in southern spots, it would more so be the chance for some hail, some gusty wind, and more of that heavy rain that some spots did see late last night in those communities. The better threat for severe weather, including an isolated tornado, is south of us, the city of Chicago and then surrounding suburbs down towards the south. Now tomorrow, a slight uptick in the threat for severe weather. This is the very latest from the Storm Prediction Center. And remember, we have a chance for rain all the way through Thursday, but we'll focus on today and tomorrow. The Chicagoland area just put into a level 3 enhanced risk for severe weather Tuesday. And notice how the slight now creeps up into our southern communities from southern Jefferson into Walworth, Racine, Kenosha County, cuts through just a sliver of southern Waukesha County as well. Tomorrow we're looking at a cluster of storms making its way on through, but regardless, that's, back-to-back days certainly of at least a chance of storms. Better chances actually Tuesday, more widespread, but then Wednesday and Thursday. Notice going forward today, we'll just kind of skip ahead to later tonight. Could see a few of these thunderstorms cross into southern Wisconsin, maybe as far north as Milwaukee and Waukesha, though I do think that might just be a little too north. And then for Tuesday, better chance for more of that widespread rain and thunder. Same severe threats here, especially the gusty wind, the hail, the heavy rainfall. That could move in late morning and then exit by later tomorrow afternoon. But I do think we will need to watch that. Otherwise, temperatures for today going to be a mix of 70s and 80s despite the cloud cover. Just know it's going to feel really muggy. That goes for tonight too, with temperatures in the 60s to low 70s. And then tomorrow, kind of all over the place with the fact that we will have some of that midday rain, and that's going to stick around, or that will allow temperatures, I should say, to more so be in more of those 70s and 80s, and very consistent numbers then throughout the rest of the week. But Friday at this point, Maddie, looks to be the best. We'll watch those storms tonight, and then we'll watch, of course, the thunderstorm potential for Tuesday.
Oh, so Friday. We just need to make it to Friday.
I
know it's
what
only
day
Monday.
is it?
I know, right? But not even to go back now, but I was talking to you a little bit about the system that rolled through yesterday, and I slept in very late. So I woke up and I looked up at the sky and I was like, what is this? This is the video that I took. Crazy to see that. I know I posted this on TikTok. A lot of people commenting being like, yeah, what was that? And I was like, no better person to explain it than Stephanie Barrichello. So kind of tell us what we're seeing here.
Sure, Maddie. This is a shelf cloud, a very textbook shelf cloud. I know when I post pictures of shelf clouds on my social media sites, I have a couple of viewers who always bring up Independence Day, the movie, and it just instantly brings them to some of the visuals within that movie. But what's happening here is we see shelf clouds developing oftentimes with a strong line of storms. It's this narrow horizontal cloud, essentially. It just looks like a really long line. Sometimes there are what we call scud clouds, which are some of those clouds that look like they're coming down a little bit bit. Sometimes they appear as if they're rotating, but more often than not, they're not. Usually when a shelf cloud is moving through, it actually, in a way, can weaken the storm. So what's happening here is that cooler air from the storm itself is then interacting out ahead with some of the warm, moist air and essentially cutting it off. And when a storm doesn't have all of that warmth and all of that moisture, it's not usually as strong. But the biggest, really most important thing to know as a shelf cloud is moving through, I know it looks very ominous, and for a good reason. Usually the shelf cloud will move through, you'll get a big gust of wind, and there is still oftentimes severe wind that comes with this line of storms that oftentimes has a shelf cloud, and then you'll get the heavy rainfall. So it's kind of a domino effect here, but it is really impressive. Again, some of that cooler air from the storm itself undercutting some of the warm, moist air, allowing the shelf cloud to develop, and it's on the leading edge of a line of storms, and it is just the most fascinating visual. It's usually in and out very quickly. They move fast and they bring in really strong wind.
And when you look there, is there a reason why? Because I've seen shelf clouds before. I mean, we're no stranger to storms here in southeast Wisconsin, but is there a specific reason why the line just feels more prevalent here than from what we've seen before?
Well, this one specifically for Sunday, that was a severe line of storms that rolled through. So yes, absolutely. There was a lot of moisture associated with this and with some of that cooler air. I think just the line itself was a bit stronger. So this was a very distinct cloud that made its way through. We had, again, a handful of communities under severe thunderstorm warnings for strong gusty wind. So I think the strength of the line itself was a really big factor in this line moving through. But I think the most fascinating part of this is that it truly is the sign that the line of the storms is coming. There is no better visual that a line is moving, and it's really just out ahead of it. Very narrow most of the time, but it usually extends the entire line of the storms.
Yeah, I saw this and knew we were cooked, at least for a little bit. I was like, oh my goodness. And also the audio of it, it's so funny. I'm geeking out right now. This is so cool. So it was awesome to see like my fellow weather nerds in my TikTok comments. They all had their own pictures, some from the state fair, which I was talking a little bit about with Lisa Michaels. But yeah, very cool to see here, especially after all of the rain that we've had. I feel like a little bit well, actually, I guess not really, because we were so dry for parts of July. So I know this rain, not fun, but like much needed, I feel like, for us here in Wisconsin. So keeping an eye on those storms later this week, but we just need to make it to Friday.
Yeah,
and
just
then we're
Friday.
good, hopefully.
It's going to hold out better.
All right, thanks for joining us, Steph, on the live desk. Take another look at your forecast in just a little bit here. We're going to take a quick break, though, here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
We are less than 24 hours away from polls opening here in Wisconsin ahead of a highly anticipated primary election. We're getting an update right now from the Wisconsin Elections Commission after early voting here in Milwaukee ended yesterday. So let's tune in right now to hear what they have to say.
Action 2 News, WBAY in Green Bay. Are there any particular issues or challenges election officials are watching closely for tomorrow?
I would say as we head into tomorrow's election, a lot of things are pretty standard, and we haven't heard of anything specific to this election. But certainly our local election officials and election officials across the state, we're always keeping a pulse on some of the things that, may pop up in other states during their primaries, or the things that might be happening, and ensuring that our training reflects that. And so there's nothing I would say that is particular to our planning for the August 11th primary, but I will say that election officials are always keeping up to speed about any developments that may come up and ensuring that that is part of our training. Certainly, in a partisan primary, and this is nothing that's unique or special to the 2026 partisan primary, but sometimes voters can be confused by just the open primary system and the fact that we don't register as a party in the state of Wisconsin. And so you can vote in any of the party's primaries, but you can only vote in one. And so when a voter receives their partisan primary ballot, just making sure that they have those instructions and understand how to navigate that ballot to ensure that their vote will indeed be counted. Because if a voter does choose to not follow the directions and vote in more than one party's primary, then their votes would not be counted for those contests. And so I think that's probably one of the more not necessarily challenging, but it's just one of the communication things that we all have in mind as we navigate a partisan primary, is just to ensure that voters have those instructions and that their vote is counted.
Thank you.
All right, Alex, sure. Go ahead and ask your question.
Hey, thanks for taking questions. I saw Washburn County, Wisconsin had a cyber attack. I saw nothing election specific, just wondering if you've heard whether that'll interfere with results reporting or anything like that, just whether they've been in contact with WAC.
Yeah, like you said, it had nothing to do with elections, and they're able to continue with all the work that they need to do. The state of Wisconsin and the Elections Commission, we have a great relationship with our state cyber response team and other entities to help provide support to jurisdictions if they have a cyber event. We even have things like secure loaner computers and devices that they can utilize if needed. I'm not saying that happened in Washburn, but just to ensure that they're able to continue their election-related work. And so we've certainly been in contact with them, and it's our understanding that all of their needs have been met, and they don't foresee any challenges with running tomorrow's election. I'll also state that, counties do not have a major role in terms of administering the election. That's actually the municipality. And so when it comes to actually making sure that the poll books are at the polling place and all the things that need to happen in terms of preparing for election day, that's all the municipal clerk. The county clerk's role is in printing and distributing ballots. Happened back in early June. And so, no, I do not expect that there'll be any impact on their ability to run the August 11th election. And they certainly have been in contact so we can ensure that they have all the support that they need.
All right. Looks like BAY, do you have a follow-up? I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, just going off that, here in Green Bay, we have an interim city clerk after the previous clerk stepped down. So from the WEC's perspective, would that change anything for voters or the administration of tomorrow's election? Has there been communication between the WEC and the city? Just any information on that?
Sure. Yeah, certainly I don't expect that anything would change for Green Bay voters in terms of how they interact with tomorrow's process. And the commission has initiated an investigation into the duplicate ballots that were issued. And all of those documents and anything pertaining to that is posted on elections.wi.gov. And I expect that the commission will choose to meet or take some type of action in terms of reviewing the responses from the city of Green Bay after the partisan primary and before ballots certainly go out for the November election. But for the August 11th primary, I don't expect anything to change, but I do expect after the primary that the commission will again meet to discuss and decide if there's any further action needed ahead of ballots being issued for November.
All right. I don't see any other hands raised, so thank you everyone for joining us today. Again, I'm Emily Miklas, I'm the Communications Director. If you need anything additional or have additional questions, just feel free to reach out.
All right, that was an update we got there from the Wisconsin Elections Commission doing a little Q&A ahead of tomorrow's primary election. Again, we do have our countdown right there. Polls open at 7 a.m. tomorrow, close at 8 p.m. As long as you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will be able to vote. Some numbers that we got this morning from the Wisconsin Elections Commission after early voting in Milwaukee ended yesterday. 368,046 people voted early statewide, and that was over 67,000 in Milwaukee County alone, 11,000 in Racine, 36,000 in Waukesha County, over 5,000 in Sheboygan, 10,000 in Kenosha County. But taking a look at our poll right here, numbers shifted a little bit as we take a look. For those of you who said how you're going to vote, we went from I'm not going to say it, but we did start at 66%, and now we are at 67%. I'm not going to say anything about that number because I feel like it's old now and would be cringe. But of course, that's the first thing that I thought of. So 67% of you say that you're going to be voting in person tomorrow on Election Day. Some good reminders from the Wisconsin Elections Commission as well, kind of reemphasizing what our political analyst Mordecai Lee said, is that if you do vote in this primary and you decide you want to vote for a Democratic candidate for governor, then you have to stick with the Democratic primary for your entire ballot. So something that they're just re-emphasizing there as people do head out to the polls tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and then we're going to take you a little further south here in just a little bit. Stay with us. Pretty big milestone reached by a charity organization down there. We'll check in with Ben Hansen in just a second. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Really great things happening down in Racine, Kenosha County right now. For one charity organization that's very well known in southeast Wisconsin and the Badger State as a whole. It's Sleep in Heavenly Peace, if you've heard of it, helping children in need have a comfortable place to sleep every night. I'm going to check in with our reporter, Ben Hansen, right now. And Ben, number of volunteers, big turnout this year for a very big event for Sleep in Heavenly Peace.
Yes, this past Saturday, it was a huge turnout for Sleep in Heavenly Peace with they try to do it annually. They do it annually, but they try to do it even more throughout the year. It was their big faith build. They had over 300 volunteers, 328 beds from 24 churches across Racine and Kenosha County. I'm here with Brian Nelson, the co-president for the chapter in Racine and Kenosha County of Sleep in Heavenly Peace. Brian, tell me what it was like this weekend. I'm sure it was not an easy feat.
No, it was an amazing day. We had over 300 people coming together for one purpose, and that's to end child bedlessness in Kenosha and Racine counties. So we absolutely rocked it out with an amazing group of volunteers and built 328 beds that'll soon be going to kids all over the counties.
And what is it like to get something like that together? You were telling me a little bit earlier about how when you get there, it looks like someone's going to build a house with the amount of wood that you guys have.
Yeah, so there's it starts off with raw lumber, so we get a bunch of raw lumber in, and we've got an amazing chapter team that comes in and sets up the event, pre-cuts some lumber, and just stages it all, and then comes back again the next day to actually lead and guide the build event. And I can't say enough about how great they are to serve all day, 2 days in a row, and then clean up afterwards and go home completely covered in dust and sweat.
Yeah, you were telling me it's like a 12-hour thing that they come to, right, to help out with?
Yeah, our chapter team was there from 7:30 in the morning till 8:30 at night on build day, and the day before from about noon to about 8:30 setting everything up.
Yeah, wow, really, really dedicated. So with 328 beds, it's kind of hard to imagine. You're like, okay, 328 beds, how much is that? I mean, we have some beds behind us, the headboards from previous builds that you've had throughout the year, but how much space is it going to take up? How much space did it take up getting them back over here to store?
Sure. So yeah, it's going to take up a lot of space in here. We filled a 53-foot semi-trailer with bed components after our build on Saturday.
Yeah. And you were telling me a little bit earlier about a story with these kids that are so excited to receive these beds, and it kind of gives you an idea of the impact that your chapter in Racine and Kenosha is having. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so deliveries are amazing. A lot of these kids not only have never had a bed, but they've never had a pillow before. And we'll deliver these beds complete with the mattress, the pillows, the bedding, everything. And the kids will hug the pillows. We had a delivery to end the year last year where the kids were hanging out of the windows when they saw our van pull up, and were just so excited that their beds were there. And then when we were done, they helped us build the beds. And when we were done, they chased us down the driveway just about in just excitement, and just it's just an amazing experience on every one of those deliveries.
Mm-hmm. And you were telling me that you had to take a giant space to organize all this, have like an assembly line almost, to get all these beds ready for assembly when you actually bring them to the kids that need them. What was it like this weekend in that room with, I'm assuming it was pretty loud because of all the saws going and drills going. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we have to thank Captain Jim's Yacht Sales in Kenosha. That's where we hosted the event at, and we made a lot of sawdust. So you can imagine all the bed components that we build get sanded down, make sure they're smooth, and make sure the kids can't get any slivers or anything like that. So it was loud. There's a lot of sawdust, a lot of sand, a lot of sanding, I should say. We like to call it the buzz of hope that just the sanders make. We had some great music going, people dancing, just a whole lot of fun, a lot of smiles. But at the end of the day, 328 kids will be getting beds very soon.
Yeah. And as the co-president of this chapter, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are walking out of that event Saturday just feeling really good about what they've done. But as having such a big hand in this, how does it make you feel personally?
Well, it's great. I mean, for me, just, the volunteers, just giving them the chance and seeing that the smiles as they're walking out, and knowing that they did something that's going to impact directly and tangibly the lives of kids in their own communities. And those kids that are going to receive these beds that know that they were built by people that, don't know them, but still care enough about them that they want them to have a better quality of life.
Mm-hmm. And can you tell me a little bit about the other events that you guys do throughout the year? Maybe not as big, but what does that demand, and how are you guys meeting it throughout the rest of the year?
Sure. So we receive somewhere around 70 bed requests per month, and to meet that demand, we build almost every month. Not 328 beds at a crack.
That would be a lot.
That would be a lot. But typically anywhere between 50 and 100 beds at one of our events, and we try to do them on the second Saturday of every month. Our next build will actually be Bunks Across America, where all the chapters, there's 400 chapters across the United States, try to build on the same day and see, well, actually it's the same week now, but on the same day, and see if how many we can build in one day. So that'll be September 12th for our chapter at the Kenosha County Fairgrounds, and we'll probably build right around 100 beds that day.
Okay. Okay. And you got into it a little bit earlier, but for these viewers at home that are watching, if they are saying, wow, I want to be a part of this, I want to help give beds to these kids that don't have any, what can they do?
Sure, they can find us on Facebook. We're the Sleep in Heavenly Peace Wisconsin Racine Kenosha chapter is how you'll find us on Facebook. Or you can go to shpbeds.org, and it will ask for your location, zip code, or just do geotag, and it will find the closest chapter to you. There's over 26, I think, now in the state of Wisconsin alone, 400 across the United States. There is not a chapter in Milwaukee yet. We're really hoping we can get one started up there.
And what would it take to get a chapter started in Milwaukee? What does that look like?
So it's going to be an undertaking because obviously there's a large population, but we focus on zip codes. So we focus on regions based on zip codes. So you can start small and grow. You could be multiple chapters that start in Milwaukee because it's got such a great population. And basically, it's just reaching out and saying I have a desire and a love for kids, and I want to make them more comfortable by building these beds, and how can I start a chapter? And you can reach out through shpbeds.org by clicking start a chapter. You can reach out to our chapter through social media, or just email us from our chapter, and we can guide you in the right direction as well.
Awesome. Well, Brian, thank you so much for your time. Again, Brian Nelson, the co-president of the Racine Kenosha County Chair of Sleep in Heavenly Peace here. There are a lot more bed frames coming. This is not here we'd be covered in bed frames right now. So there's a lot more to come. But for right now, we'll toss it back to you, Maddie.
Wow, what a great milestone and a labor of love for sure for those kids. So lucky to have them. And as Ben was saying there, you can go to shpbeds.org. I want to make sure I have it correct. Yes, shpbeds.org. Select the Racine Kenosha County chapter if you do want to donate or help out. Such a cool organization and such a pretty hands-on way to volunteer and help that out there if you are good at building stuff, or if maybe you're not and you'd rather just donate. Anything helps, as they were saying, and it's going to such a great cause, helping our next generation of leaders get a good night's sleep. So we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, but we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Let's go out to Massachusetts now, where the trial continues for Lindsay Clancy. She is the woman accused of killing her 3 children back in January. Right now, it looks like her psychiatrist taking the stand again as her defense attorney argues that she had postpartum psychosis. So let's listen in here. This is live in Massachusetts right now.
And arranged to have her mother stay, got support, advocated for herself. Would those be protective factors?
Yes.
How so?
So if someone demonstrates that they can advocate for themselves, that they can seek help if symptoms worsen, then that shows that they have good judgment. They can be trusted to present for care if serious safety concerns were to arise.
So based on your training and experience with Ms. Clancy, where she says she's worried about getting suicidal thoughts, and she has her mom come stay with her, do you see that as a positive decision?
Yes.
You were asked about not asking the defendant if she had called the suicide hotline. If a patient denies suicidal ideation, would you typically ask them if they had called a suicide hotline?
No.
And why not?
Because I wouldn't think that they would have. If a patient were to call a suicide hotline, I would think that they would be telling me they're having suicidal thoughts as well.
You were asked about prescribing hydroxyzine, Ativan, and Buspar. Did you tell the defendant how to take those medications?
Yes.
What were your instructions?
So the Ativan was to take as needed for severe anxiety. The Buspar was to be an everyday medicine. And the hydroxyzine, we had started that to see if she could use that as an alternative to the Ativan. So to take it instead of the Ativan. But if the if the hydroxyzine wasn't working, she still had the Ativan to use, it's stronger.
So was there ever an instruction for her to take all three at the same time?
No.
And you were asked about the contraindications of Ativan and Benadryl. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there contraindications for taking the two together?
It's not an absolute contraindication. You have to be careful that the person is not excessively sedated, meaning like they're so sleepy that it's hard for them to, engage in normal activities because they're so sleepy, or maybe they might feel a little bit dizzy. But it's not an absolute contraindication. You just have to monitor them.
And is that one of the reasons that you prescribed the hydroxyzine?
Sorry, is what one of the reasons?
Is the fact that the two of them together, Ativan and Benadryl. Well, let me strike that question. Why did you prescribe the hydroxyzine?
So she had been taking Benadryl, which is not a prescription medication. It's not classically within the scope of psychiatry, but it's very similar to hydroxyzine. So I thought that, hydroxyzine might be a better alternative than the Benadryl.
Okay, and I'm just going to direct you to your November 2nd, 2022 interval history. Now, would it be fair to say that on the November 2nd date, the defendant reported she was fine all day, evenings, bedtime, get anxious, Ativan helps, sleeping great on it, afraid to try something else, but knows it's not a long-term solution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what part of that did the defendant tell you was not a long-term solution?
Taking the Ativan.
And why is that?
Because it was indicated for short-term use only. The people can struggle more with dependence if they're taking it for a very long period of time.
And was there a plan developed based on that concern?
Yes, there was.
What was the plan?
To reduce the dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until she was off it.
So the defendant was able to express to you a concern she had about the medication, you had a conversation about it, and you addressed that with her and came up with a plan. Is that right?
Yes.
She also told you that day that she was in therapy and exercising daily, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she went to the South Shore Hospital Emergency Department on November 16th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
Did she tell you that they had prescribed trazodone to her at that time?
I don't recall that.
Did she ever tell you that she was trying some alternative methods like weed gummies?
No.
Do you have any way of knowing these things if the patient doesn't tell you?
No.
Now, on December 1st, 2022, defense asked you about that date. That's the date that she, again, said she had the fear of thoughts of suicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Up until that point, had she consistently denied suicidal ideation or intent or a plan?
Yes.
Had she consistently denied homicidal ideation, intent, or a plan?
Yes.
What's the difference? Let me ask you this. When you talk to a patient, do you ask them, do you have suicidal ideation?
Not usually.
What do you,
not in that way.
How do you get that information from them? What types of questions do you ask?
It depends how the course of the conversation is going. I might ask if they're having thoughts of hurting themselves, if they, sometimes wish that they weren't alive. It can be a lot of different words, and sometimes I use, the patient's own words, but things like that.
And is there a difference between having thoughts of suicide versus having the intent and a plan to do it?
Yes.
And are there different types of treatment or things that you would do if someone has intent or plan to do it?
Yes, that would generally require hospitalization.
And so if Ms. Clancy had told you she had thoughts of hurting herself, or actually, if she told you that she had a plan to hurt herself or a plan to hurt her children, would you have moved to commit her?
Yes.
And that would be a Section 12?
Yes.
You were asked about the October 31st therapy session with Jennifer McAllister, and I know you weren't present from that. You're just going from the records. But you did say that in that session, the defendant denied suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation, correct?
Yeah, that's what's documented.
Would there be any reason, based on your training and experience, to do that further suicidal intent assessment?
No.
Why not?
Because if someone is denying suicidal ideation, they're just going to deny every other detail about suicide.
But that further evaluation, is that very specific questions about planning for suicide, how you do it, all of those things?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked about evaluating the defendant for bipolar, and you said that she, based on your conversations with her, there were no signs of mania, correct?
Correct.
What are the types of questions you ask a patient to determine if they've experienced an episode of mania?
Well, a lot of it is what I can see in the session. I might also ask about some of those symptoms, like decreased need for sleep, or racing thoughts, or increased risk-taking activities. But even if they're reporting those things, I would have to really see it for myself to diagnose that.
And what would you see physically?
So I might see that the person is talking very fast, and it's almost impossible to interrupt their rate of speech. And it might also be very loud. They might be hyperactive, not able to sit still. They might be yelling and jumping from one thought to another without any linear connection between the thoughts. They might, I guess that's probably what I would observe in terms of behaviors.
Did you observe any of those behaviors with Lindsay Clancy?
No, it was the opposite.
What do you mean it was the opposite?
So, the opposite of euphoria is dysphoria or depression. The opposite of hyperactivity is tiredness and fatigue. So, in a way, it was the opposite of mania that I observed.
And in terms of the questions you asked about her past behavior, were any of the answers that she gave indicative of mania?
No.
You were asked about discussing Seroquel with the defendant, even though you weren't the prescriber. Why did you discuss that medication with her?
Because the patient was asking about it, and her husband was also asking me about it. They really wanted my opinions about it. It wasn't necessarily that I was prompting this line of conversation.
And what did you tell them about it?
Well, I shared that it has very good evidence for treating depression, and I may have shared that Seroquel does different things at different doses, right? So sometimes people are concerned that it is called an antipsychotic, but it actually doesn't function as an antipsychotic until you get up to really high doses, like 800 milligrams. So in low doses, it's more of a sleep medicine or an antidepressant. So I think that I explained that to them, and it's obviously a very important part of it. But they were also concerned about that causing the depression that she was experiencing. So we talked a bit about how you would tell. You know, it can be hard to tell whether a medicine is causing that or it's just occurring because of depression.
What did you tell them in terms of how to tell?
That it's really based on the timing. If you were to notice a significant decline after starting or increasing the medication.
And prior to Ms. Clancy taking the Seroquel, had you noticed signs of depression in her?
Yes.
And after she was off of the Seroquel in January, did you see signs of depression in her?
Yes.
So that was completely off of Seroquel, both before and after, still showing signs of depression?
Yes.
During January, the defendant told you she had trouble getting out of bed?
Is there a specific visit?
I think it was right after she got out of the hospital. Maybe your first or second visit with her.
I see that on the 16th. She did say that she was able to force herself out of bed and take care of basics, so on and so forth.
Were you aware that she had gone to the Museum of Science with her family on January 8th and spent a few hours there interacting with the exhibits and the children?
No.
Were you aware on January 15th, the day before that session, she had been to the Cape Codder down in Hyannis with the family, interacting with the kids and going down little water slides and all of that?
No.
Were you aware that on January 14th, she watched all three kids while Pat went to a brunch and was fine?
No.
Were you aware that on January 16th, her husband took Cora skiing and she was alone with the boys all day and had no issues?
No.
You were asked about the thyroid and how that can affect mental health and postpartum. Were you aware that at both South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital, her thyroid limits were in normal range?
No, I was not.
You received a discharge summary from McLean Hospital?
Yes.
What's contained in the discharge summary?
So it includes information about how the patient initially presented, what they said when they first came to the hospital, and their initial assessment from the psychiatrist that they spoke with. It talks a bit about their treatment course, how things progressed, any changes that were made, and then it talks about how the patient appears on the day of discharge.
Does it also include...
Okay, this is live right now in Massachusetts, where it's now day 10 of the Lindsay Clancy trial that we've been seeing here right now. Lindsay Clancy's psychiatrist is taking the stand. Now, we know the defense, one of their main arguments is that Clancy had postpartum psychosis here. So key testimony still underway right now from her psychiatrist here. Again, Clancy is accused of killing her 3 children by strangling them. Now we know that she's pleading not guilty to these because of that postpartum psychosis. That is what her defense team has been arguing, and that's a case that we're going to continue to follow and bring you here on the Wisconsin Live Desk as things do continue to develop out here in Massachusetts. I want to take you out right now. This is in Rock, Illinois right now. I want to make sure I have the exact area, but you can kind of see some storms moving through the area right now. That's what we've been tracking just south of us right now. They're moving in from the west right now. Not expected to hit us here in Wisconsin, but there are systems that our weather team is tracking that could be hitting some of our more southern counties like Racine, Kenosha County later tonight, and then also more storms that we are tracking heading into later this week. But we are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Take you out a live look right now in Columbia. That's just hours after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake rolled through the area. We now know that the death toll is up to 111 people as several evacuations are underway as well as rescues. We've seen some incredible images of what this earthquake has left people to deal with in the aftermath, including buildings just completely destroyed, roofs, old historical ones. I'm going to pull up some more information that we're getting in just now. That's why you can hear me typing here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. But we know that this happened just after 11 our time here, so it's been a few hours since then now. As I said, we now know over 100 people are dead right now after our last check-in here. Let me see if I can get the article up as we take a look. This is live right now there, but just some more information that we are getting into our newsroom. So yeah, we know there's dozens of injuries, buildings collapsed, and the evacuations are underway right now. The epicenter at San Jose del Palmar as we take a look right here, but we've seen cathedrals, churches damaged here from some images that we're getting just from social media alone. But let's see if we can get some more information here. So yeah, death toll now at 111 people. Local officials confirm that at least 40 people were killed in the Risaralda region, where the hard-hit city of Pereira is located, and 27 people in the Valle de Cauca region, where Colombia's third biggest city, Cali, is located. So these deaths are just across the board here in different areas right now. So the capital of Bogota, several people have to evacuate right now. Those orders are underway. So a 7.4 quake is pretty massive. It's the most powerful quake, according to authorities, it's the most powerful one in the last decade. So this is what we're reading right now, an article from AP News that's talking a little bit about it here. And it says powerful earthquakes are actually pretty rare in Colombia, but where smaller ones are common. So small earthquakes known as temblores are common in central and western Colombia, but those above 6.0 magnitude are rare. And this is a 7.4. In 1999, a 6.2 magnitude quake near the city of Armenia killed more than 1,100 people. Colombia's newly inaugurated president said that he has personally taken charge of the government's response to the emergency in San Jose del Palmar following this earthquake. He says, quote, "You are not alone. The state is present and taking action." Response to the earthquake presents one of the first major challenges for the newly inaugurated governor, and he's a Trump ally who was sworn in as president just over this weekend. So messages of support rolled in from leaders across the Americas, including Mexico, Brazil, Ecuador, El Salvador, and of course us here in the United States. A UN deputy spokesperson says the Trump administration is closely monitoring the large earthquake that struck Colombia, and it stands ready to support the people of Colombia. So he said, quote, "We stand ready to help as needed." So this is a live look right now. I feel like from this shot, you wouldn't even really know what had just happened here just a few hours ago. But some of the other images that we've been seeing, let's take a look here at some of the aftermath of this earthquake. You can see the earthquake sending debris crashing into ambulances in Colombia right now. So the damage here, I mean, we know over 100 people dead now, and that number is expected to go up as evacuations are underway. You can just see the damage that this earthquake has done. Again, very rare to have one of this magnitude in the Colombia area. This is a look at the Manizales Cathedral Tower. You can see it collapsed after the earthquake came through. So just some of the images on social media we're seeing as thousands of evacuation orders are underway. We will continue to bring you updates here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. But again, the Trump administration is saying that they are ready to help support when needed. So we will bring you updates as soon as we do learn more. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
This just into our newsroom right now. We've been talking about that earthquake in Colombia that hit. We know that over 100 people are now dead. We've heard from the Trump administration, a spokesperson from there, saying that they are ready to help out as needed. It comes just after the newly elected president of the area was just elected over the weekend. So the first thing that he's dealing with during his term right now, just kind of talking to the people after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake, which is not common for the area. They're used to seeing smaller earthquakes called temblores, but this is something that they have not seen in decades here. So this is something the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio wrote in a post on X saying, again, the Trump administration is closely monitoring the large earthquake that struck Colombia, and it stands ready to support the people there. So we'll bring you updates as soon as we learn more. Several evacuation orders are underway right now as crews and officials survey the aftermath here in Colombia right now. Switching gears right here, some news that we're also following out of Washington, D.C. right now. We know that any moment now, President Trump is expected to sign an executive order calling for spacing out childhood shots, among other changes to vaccine recommendations. We're monitoring that feed right now from the White House, and once we get it, we will bring it to you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. But just a little bit more information of what we've been hearing. This is just into our newsroom. So the order will recommend administering each vaccine on its own visit and separating the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccines into 3 different shots, and direct the nation's health department to improve vaccine research. This was first reported by the Daily Caller now. So separate measles, mumps, and rubella vaccines for children are not available in the U.S. right now. Public health officials have raised concerns that spacing out shots, as Trump suggests, can lead to an increased risk that children become infected with a vaccine-preventable disease before returning for another visit. And I am looking at this right now, and it looks like the shot is now up at the White House right now. So I am going to bring that to you guys live right now as we take a look. Let me just get that here. All right, this is live right now in the White House, about to sign that executive order we were just talking about.
The United States of America's gold standard childhood vaccination recommendations, and that has to do with many subjects, but including autism in particular. I want to thank the man who has done more than perhaps anyone else to bring about this real revolution, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., my friend, and he's doing a fantastic job. I'm proud of you. Give me a very powerful hand to use. Strong guy, by the way. Thanks as well to Director of the NIH, Jay Bhattacharya, Deputy Assistant to the President of Domestic Policy, Dr. Heidi Overton, our Maha moms, and including Jamie Franklin is with us today, a very special person, and also the medical experts and professionals who've worked very hard on getting this to happen, this day to come. For long, and far too long, a long period of time, America's recommended more childhood vaccines than any peer nation, and even twice as many doses as some European countries, and even more than that. In many cases, we were requiring 72 jabs for our beautiful, healthy, lovely, delicate little children, including giving the hepatitis B shot to infants and newborns on top of many other vaccinations. The hepatitis B shouldn't be given until they're 14 or 15 years old. They were given early. Effective immediately, my administration is recognizing gold standard childhood vaccine recommendations for only 11 core vaccinations against the most serious and dangerous diseases, along with the MMR, which hopefully will be split up. You have the MMR, we want it in 3 separate vaccinations given at separate times. Together, there could be a possibility they're quite lethal, and separately, it looks like they are not at all lethal, but just very effective. So the MMR, we want to have separate visits, separate times. The vaccine being broken into 3 separate single doses, and vaccines being administered in separate visits. For example, at 1 year, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than getting them all in the same day. And I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda, poured into a little child's body. And bad things happen in too many cases, because This is an explosion. This is an epidemic. So at year one, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than giving them all in the same day. Very importantly, vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza, among others, are no longer recommended for all children. In addition, this executive order directs the Attorney General to advance legal challenges against states that violate children's rights to religious or medical vaccination exemptions for the exemptions. Other countries with high vaccination rates without mandates for school. Now, what we do is you have other countries have very high vaccination rates, and they have not had, and they don't have, it's without mandates for school. Parents can still choose to give their children all of the vaccinations if they wish. It's up to the parents. We're making recommendations that are strong, but it's up to the parents if they wish, and they will be covered by insurance. However, this updated recommendation finally aligns the United States with other advanced and developed nations around the world. More importantly, it aligns us with common sense and knowledge. Decades ago, children received only a small fraction of the vaccines required today. In those times, people were much healthier, and of course, the high rates of autism now observed did not exist. So there's a reason for such epidemic rates of autism. And we're going to bring it back to much closer to where it was. Well, we do not know exactly what the cause is with respect to autism. It is essential to our research efforts that we have the very best vaccine recommendations in the entire world. So we're reducing them. We're changing it to visits over a period of a year and a half. So they get 20% of what they would have gotten in one big shot. A big shot like the size of a large glass of something. This announcement is a major victory for parents' rights, for religious and constitutional rights, and for the gold standard science, and we will continue to do the research and update the recommendations as we learn more. And I think you're going to see some amazing results. I'm breaking it up. It's not only that you're doing fewer vaccines or jabs, as they say, but you're doing them in a series of visits to the doctor, much smaller amounts. To ensure Americans benefit from these recommendations, my administration is fully committed to using every tool at our disposal, including a review of potential funding and finding. Frankly, we're doing funding and we're doing findings. And the findings will be announced almost immediately as we gain some strong surety. So now I'd like to have Bobby say a few words, followed by Jay, Heidi, and Jamie, and then I'll sign the executive order, which I'm very excited about, because I came in and I said, I want to find what's going on with autism. It's many, many times what it used to be years ago, and it gets progressively worse, and we add progressively more and more vaccines. So in a nutshell, and you can see it through this, we're breaking up the vaccines, and we're breaking them up into time periods. Okay? Not so complicated. And we think we're going to have a tremendous result from doing that. Very simply, large amounts of vaccine, large amounts of, like vats of vaccine, are currently pumped into your child's body. And we're doing 20% of that at each visit. And we'll let time elapse between visits so the body can handle this massive amount of fluid being pumped in. I think it's going to make a big difference. You know, there are some groups that have virtually no problem with autism. And they, you know, I have to say this, they're groups that aren't big into the world of vaccines. So there's something wrong when we see record numbers all the time. Every year for years and years, every year gets higher, higher, higher autism. And we think we have a very good recommendation, and a lot of good things are happening. We're going to be releasing some very detailed paper. Here's another one, European countries versus the United States. Look at that. These are high-level, very medically powerful European countries. You see the top, that little chart says a lot, but that's the difference. So with that, I'd like to have Bobby say a few words, please, and then we'll go to the others. Please, Bobby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by just reinforcing something that the President said, which is the source of his concern about this issue. And I'll just give an example. In 1970, the biggest epidemiological study at that time in history was performed. And the university scientists from across this country looked at all the 8-year-olds in Wisconsin, about 900,000 children. And they were looking for autism, and they knew what autism looked like. And they came back with an incident rate of 0.8 per 10,000. So less than 1 in 10,000. The rate, according to CDC today in this country, is 1 in every 31 children. In California, it's 1 in every 19 children, 1 in every 12.5 boys. Well, there has been a dramatic increase. One of the things that the industry likes to say, one of the talking points, which the press loves to parrot, is, oh, we're just noticing it more. But this is an absurdity, and this is an assertion that has been debunked again and again and again by peer-reviewed literature. But it's also debunked by common sense. Because if we were just noticing it more, we would notice it in older groups. But we're not. We're only noticing it in kids who were born around 1989 or after. The older generations, you're not seeing those increases. So something happened in the mid-90s that changed our children, and it has to be an environmental exposure. Because genes don't cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. And what the president has charged us with is finding which one of those exposures or which collection of exposures are causing this epidemic. For decades, I fought for a simple principle. When it comes to the health of our children, government has an obligation to follow the evidence wherever it leads. Tell the American people the truth and give parents the information they need to make informed decisions for their families. Mr. President, you gave us a mandate to do just that. You directed HHS to examine America's childhood vaccine recommendations against the best available science and the practices of other developed nations. We did that work, and on January 5th, HHS and CDC overhauled the childhood immunization schedule, reducing the number of diseases universally recommended for vaccines from 17 to 11, and establishing distinct categories of recommendations based upon the scientific evidence. Our assessment found that the United States recommended more childhood vaccines than any other peer nation. President Trump mentioned the number that's 72 jabs before 18, but it actually could be up to 94 jabs. And nobody else has anything like that. And then many other countries, or most other countries, achieve high vaccination rates through education, informed consent, and public trust rather than mandates. Today, with this executive order, you are building on that work and acting on that evidence. We will preserve access to vaccines, strengthen safety monitoring, expand research, give doctors and parents better information, and restore informed consent and parental choice to their rightful place in American medicine. At HHS, we are already moving across multiple agencies, FDA, CDC, NIH, ARPA-H, NTP, the National Toxicity Program, and other parts of the department. We have already launched unprecedented research effort examining vaccine safety and long-term health outcomes in American children. We are putting some of the largest health data sets in the country to work, including CDC's Vaccine Safety Data Link, FDA's BEST systems, and other major federal and private health data sources. We're pursuing dozens of studies and analyses. We are comparing health outcomes in vaccinated versus unvaccinated children. We're examining aluminum adjuvants, the timing of the hepatitis B vaccine, vaccines administered during pregnancy, and outcomes ranging from allergies to autoimmune disease to autism and other neurodevelopmental disorders. At NIH, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases and the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences are working with the National Toxicity Program on a comprehensive review of vaccine adjuvants, ingredients that are added to vaccines to amplify the body's immune response. They will determine what the existing science establishes and where uncertainty remains and where we need additional research. We're bringing that same determination to autism. NIH has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative with 13 research awards examining autism prevalence, causes, treatments, and services. 5 of these will include vaccines among the potential factors that they examine. Dr. Bhattacharya will discuss that work in greater detail. Next month, ARPA-H is preparing a major new initiative focused on foundational causes and biology of autism and on better diagnostics, treatments, technologies, and tools for people with autism and their families. We will examine every biologically plausible hypothesis and leave no legitimate scientific question unexplored. Mr. President, you have told us that you want answers, so do I. We have just over 2 years to finish the work, and I know you're impatient, and we are moving with the urgency that deadline demands. We will bring you actions and findings as soon as they are ready. We will not wait for the 90-day period, and within 90 days, as you have directed, we will deliver the full response required by this executive order. Our task force on safer childhood vaccines was established by Congress in 1986, but went dormant in 1998. Last year, after nearly 3 decades, this administration reinstated it as required by the statute, and yet it was discontinued. And you restored that congressional mandate. The task force is already working to expand vaccine options, examine the timing and sequencing of childhood vaccines, strengthen safety monitoring, advance research into alternative adjuvants, and continuously evaluate risks and benefits using American and international evidence. Taken together, this is what gold standard science means. No predetermined answers, no institutional taboos, no sacred cows, no hiding uncertainty. Test the hypothesis, examine the data, replicate the results, tell the public what we find, and be honest. This is the standard you have set for this administration. It's this standard I intend to enforce at HHS, Mr. President. You asked us to get this done, and we are getting it done. And we will keep working with urgency until American parents can have confidence on the medical advice that their government gives them is worthy of their trust. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bobby. And Jay, please.
Today's a historic day for public health in this country. The executive order recognizes the plight of millions of parents across the country with autistic children. Autism is a very complicated condition with very heterogeneous, ranging from relatively mild symptoms where kids are full functioning to a devastating condition that fundamentally alters their lives and the lives of their families. You've heard from Secretary Kennedy and from the President their passion for the plight of these families, to see how we can help them understand the condition, to help prevent those conditions from happening in the first place. And what this executive order does is it orders us at HHS to take this extremely seriously, as we have been for the last year and a half and more of the presidency. At the NIH, what we've done is we have established the Autism Data Science Initiative, which started almost a year, actually more than a year ago, where we funded a dozen and more major research teams to answer the question of what is the cause of autism. It's a complicated biological phenomenon. It's not going to be a simple answer. It will have, as the Secretary said, potentially genetic predisposition, but that cannot possibly explain why we've seen such a large rise in autism. There must be some other environmental factors involved, and that's the basis for thinking that's driving these dozen and more research teams that are looking at this. The science takes time. It's very frustrating, and I know I felt that frustration myself. As a scientist, you don't get answers immediately. but the teams have been working assiduously for a year. And the main thing I want to emphasize that we've already accomplished in that year is we've changed how people and the scientific community thinks about autism. You've given them permission to ask the question that would otherwise have been difficult to answer. If you come to an answer that links autism to some other politically correct things, and you all of a sudden have this link, as a scientist, you fear that your career is going to be over. What we've done in this administration is we've given permission to scientists to honestly answer this question, to find the link for the first time. And with the change in the vaccine recommendations that the president has signed, what you have given is parents a choice, autonomy, a decision-making over how they want the vaccines given to their kids. I believe fundamentally that many vaccines are important. I said measles, for instance. The measles vaccine is important if we want to take control of the measles outbreak. But at the same time, we shouldn't be keeping kids out of school because they have made different decisions than other parents. Our European colleagues don't do that. A lot of the collapse in trust in public health has come because of these mandates that we've seen imposed during the Biden administration on the COVID vaccine and so many other things. What this does is it restores autonomy of families and parents to make good decisions for their kids. It allows and continues to emphasize the importance of science in recommendations about vaccines, and fundamentally restores a sort of healthy relationship between public health and parents, more in line with what happens in European countries than in the United States, where the childhood outcomes are often much better than we see here. It's a big first step that that builds on what we've been working on the last year and a half toward a more sane public health system that sees healthy kids grow up without pressure, without undue influence, to make good decisions for their families and for their kids.
Thank you. Steve, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because of your courage and leadership, Mr. President, millions of parents all over America today are breathing an enormous sigh of relief. I say this as the parent of young children myself.
Again, we are currently listening in live here in the Oval Office as President Trump gets ready to sign his next executive order. And this is really just calling for revamping childhood vaccine recommendations, that instead of doing all of the dose at once, we'll instead kind of space out certain shots into separate medical visits. So obviously, we've been hearing from President Trump as well as some of the other medical experts joining him here in the Oval Office. And we will keep our eye on this feed. I anticipate next will come the formal signing of that executive order, and then as well as probably some question and answer time with the members of the media that are also in the Oval Office. But I'm Haley Spittler. I'm taking over for Maddie Stelk. I'll get you all the way to 4 o'clock this afternoon. As we head to break, I do want to just take a live look here at Lambeau, which is not where the Green Bay Packers are. They are instead heading to Pittsburgh, getting ready for their very first preseason game. They'll be taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers, and our sports director, Tim Van Voren, going to be joining us here on the live desk in about 15 minutes. And I have my questions ready for him, but I wanted to see if any of you had any questions you wanted me to ask TVV for you. So if you've got one, go ahead, scan this QR code that's kind of right above the Wisconsin Live Desk logo there. If you don't have a way to get a camera out to scan that QR code, you can also just go to fox6now.com/connect and send us your question. You never know, we might just ask it to Tim Van Voren here in a couple of minutes. I'll leave this up for a few seconds more, and then we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 2:18 on your Monday afternoon. Going to take another quick live look at Lambeau. Just so I want to give you guys another chance to send us your questions as we get ready to talk to Tim Van Boren here in about the next 10 or so minutes. So what Packers questions do you have before the first preseason game? Again, we are just a couple of days away from that as the green and gold will be taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tim Van Boren going to join us actually here from Pittsburgh, as I mentioned, in just a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, we're joined with Stephanie Barrichello, our weather expert. Steph, as I leave this QR code up for just another minute or so, do you have any questions that come to mind that you would want to ask Tim Van Boren?
I don't, but just the fact that we're talking about Packers preseason, I just got a little excited.
I know. See, I'm not always asking him the most sportsy of questions, which is also okay. I think I'm going to ask him, like, what is his go-to meal when he's in Pittsburgh? Like, what is he trying to get for dinner?
That's fun.
Yeah.
I think being a parent, I would love to know how Jordan Love is doing. I saw him with his daughter. I believe. That just melts my heart. I've never understood how, like, doctors and professional athletes can be parents.
I know.
Because you can't just not sleep during the night, right?
I mean, I always do wonder, do they have enough money to hire those night nurses?
Probably.
Because that sounds like a luxury, too.
That's a valid point, too. But I would love to know how he's doing, how that's, factoring into his playing time and his workouts and all that fun stuff otherwise.
Stay tuned, because I'm going to ask TVV if he's had the chance to talk to Jordan Love since becoming a dad. That's an excellent question. And now I have a question for you.
Yes.
What is today's forecast?
That's a lovely question. Now, all is calm right now. It's very muggy out there, Haley. It looks a lot like it did this morning. We have not seen much in the way of sunshine today. This morning was very foggy, and right now we just have the cloud cover. Now, dew points have actually dropped a little bit, but they are still in the mid-60s in Milwaukee. We've also made it to 80 degrees in air temperature, but it's a very stagnant air out there. There is not much wind, so it still feels very muggy. And unfortunately, that humid feel is with us throughout most of this week. We're not going to see a drop in dew points until potentially Friday. So sadly, just be ready for the humidity to stick around. Dew points in most spots are either in the 60s or low 70s. They are by far the highest in our southern communities. And even look at south of us in Illinois, dew points Rockford to Chicago, 74 degrees, and even higher the farther south you go into northern and central parts of Illinois. Now, there is a stalled front sitting over northern Illinois right now, locking in all the moisture, that high humidity, and the instability. So we do have the chance for a few thunderstorms going forward, more so this evening and overnight. When it comes to those dew points, again, we're here, we're in it all the way through about Thursday. We could see a nice break Friday from rain chances, from high humidity, from high heat, although we don't have excessive heat in our forecast. We do, however, have a very active forecast. All the way through Thursday, we have a chance for storms. And then over the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, looking like we could have some storm chances. So there will still be dry time here and there, but it's a relatively active forecast as compared to what we've had in previous weeks. Now towards the south, cold front as well as stationary front, both favoring northern parts of Illinois. We are already seeing a few little spotty showers and thunderstorms in far northwestern Illinois. So we'll watch as those continue to move eastward. I think we have a slightly better chance later this evening in our southern communities to also see thunderstorms developing. But now that we've already got them just towards the southwest of us, if those creep northward a little bit in the coming hours, they could reach some of our southern communities in addition to more development. Now, we are under a marginal risk for a threat of severe weather with any thunderstorms we see developing later this afternoon, evening, overnight. You'll notice how the slight risk has actually moved northward just a tiny little bit, but it cuts through parts of Walworth County. I think the greatest chance for scattered thunderstorms this evening really will be in our southernmost communities. Walworth, Racine, Kenosha, they will pose a damaging wind threat as well as a hail threat and heavy rainfall because last night or overnight, those southern communities had flash flood warnings in spots. They have already seen a lot of rainfall just in the last 24 hours. Keep in mind, the marginal does extend up to Milwaukee and Waukesha. I think that's a bigger question mark, but there is the chance later tonight that some of those storms reach Waukesha and Milwaukee. Now, north of Milwaukee will likely stay dry, at least with tonight's batch of thunderstorm activity. Not the same story for Tuesday. We are expecting a more widespread cluster of thunderstorms to move through, especially again, the bulk of southeast Wisconsin, but maybe not our far northern communities when it comes to the strongest potential here. But once again, that slight risk has been nudged northward a little bit. Milwaukee is under the marginal risk, and look at the Chicago area. So this will be day 3 of severe weather for them as we reach tomorrow, more so for us as well. But the greater threat overall for especially tornadoes will be south in Illinois. Here locally on Tuesday, I again think we're primarily looking at a damaging wind threat and hail, and then the chance for some very strong wind. But at this point, with how active our forecast remains all the way through Thursday, we will take it day by day, essentially, especially when it comes to our severe potential. Going forward this evening, we do have the chance for an isolated shower or storm really from here on out, especially since we've already got some development southwest of us. But I do think it'll be closer to our dinner hour, if not even closer to 8 p.m. that we see some storms developing towards the south. Notice how they gradually lift northward, Waukesha to maybe Milwaukee. Otherwise, they will likely impact Walworth, Racine, Kenosha, and then into Illinois. Now, some of those storms may linger into early tomorrow morning, but then we'll have a bit of a break. Notice then midday Tuesday how we see that cluster of strong storms move through into about our mid-afternoon hours. Now, far northern communities, you might not see much out of tomorrow's cluster, but the rest of southeast Wisconsin, it does look pretty likely that we see some heavy rainfall, especially out of that, but maybe some stronger storms too. When it comes to temperatures, today is by far going to be the warmest, but I do think with all of our rain chances, we're going to fluctuate a little bit. And the biggest story is that our humidity is going to stay really high, but overall pretty consistent numbers here. Most of us will range from upper 70s lakeside to low 80s inland, but we will feel a little warmer because of some of those higher dew points. But just to, full circle, we do have an active forecast. So chance for some storms, especially south later on tonight. Tomorrow, we all should see that midday complex of storms. Wednesday, trending drier, but can't rule out a few pop-ups. And then Thursday, the second half of the day, looks like we'll have another complex of storms moving through. Friday, right now, looks to be the nicest day, the driest day. So we can look forward to that. At the very least, I do think this will bring in some pretty beneficial rainfall. Yeah. But every time we talk about severe weather, it just feels like we don't have those nice run-of-the-mill thunderstorms anymore. It feels like this season, especially, most of our thunderstorm chances have come with severe weather, and I know that raises the anxiety a little bit. So I understand that with multiple rounds of storms in this week's forecast, just pay attention to the weather. We'll, of course, keep you updated. We keep it real. We tell you what you need to know. Just try not to let all that anxiety set in.
Let me ask you this, Steph, just because obviously Wisconsin State Fair going on all week long. Yes. If there's one thing that I learned last week, it's that really conquering the State Fair takes multiple visits. Yes. So for anyone who's thinking, I have my week wide open, but I want to head down to the State Fair at some point, what's your recommendation for some of maybe the better days weather-wise?
Sure. I would say later tomorrow afternoon, wait for this complex of storms to move through. So if you're able to get out, the second half of the day or more so, your dinner hour, spend a couple hours there, that works. Wednesday actually might be okay. It doesn't look like we have a lot during the day, so it's still a bit of a toss-up, but Wednesday could end up being pretty good. Thursday morning or, your lunch hour looks good. Friday, by far the best day to be out there. And then the weekend, a little dicier. It's the type of week where you really need to watch when these storms are going to move through or what part of the day they're favoring, and then take advantage of the dry part, which is kind of hard because a lot of times that's a day-by-day situation. But as far as what I am looking at right now, I do think later evening hours tomorrow and then Thursday morning or right at opening time could be pretty good. I think Friday's going to be pretty busy, though, with the fact that that's our sunny day and our comfortable day.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, that's very, hopeful and helpful. There's a lot of good options here where we could still get down to the State Fair. And I know for a lot of people, they're probably thinking, oh, no, these storms, the flooding that we saw last year, but really, we're not anticipating anything like that.
Yes, thankfully. And again, it all comes down to, timing not being great with the fact that this was the time last year where we had all of those terrible storms and the flooding. We did see severe weather last night. Still pay attention to the weather if you are going, because I'm not going to rule out severe weather chances the next couple of days, but no day looks to be a washout.
All right, some positive news there. Thanks so much, Steph, for joining us, giving us the forecast. I could do without the humidity this week, but I will suck it up and we will get through it. We're going to head to one more quick break before we get the chance to talk to Tim Van Voren, our sports director. So in the meantime, this is your last chance to send us your questions. We've gotten a few sent in to us. Thanks so much. We can't wait to ask some of our sports director here in just a couple of minutes as he joins us live from Pittsburgh. So if you have a question that you want to get answered, just head on over right now to fox6now.com/connect. Or again, you can just scan that QR code right on top of the Wisconsin Live Desk logo and send us whatever Packers questions you have before their first preseason game coming up in just a matter of days, because that's right, Packers preseason is here, and Tim Van Voren is going to be giving us live reports from Pittsburgh all week long. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 2:31 as we wait for the chance to chat with Tim Van Voren in just a couple minutes. In the meantime, we can take a live look here at the home of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I do like that they have yellow seats there. That's very fitting. You could argue, though, the yellow could be for the green and gold as well. Again, this is where the Packers are going to kick off preseason play. I can pull up that schedule for you as well. Thursday night, 6 p.m., taking on Pittsburgh. Then coming up August 21st, they will be in Denver, taking on Carl Deffenbaugh's Broncos at 8 p.m. And then, of course, August 28th, they will be taking on the Arizona Cardinals at 7 p.m. 3 preseason games, and then, shockingly, football season is back. The games that really matter, the ones that count, the actual season will be here in just a little bit. So again, stick with us, because also in Pittsburgh would be our very own Tim Van Voren, and he's going to join us here momentarily to answer my questions as well as some of your questions. In the meantime, though, I want to talk a little bit more about the state fair. We just heard the weather forecast. The good news is a lot of these days are going to have a lot of dry opportunities for us to go and to enjoy. And yes, there are the rides, there is the food, there are the animals, there are the products to buy, and there are also the shows, the headliners. So really quickly, want to walk you through 3 of the headliners this week. Starting with tonight, for King and Country. They will be your main stage act tonight. These are 2 brothers, actually, from Australia, Joel and Luke Smallbone, who make up for King and Country. They are a Christian pop artist kind of group. Their music is so incredibly catchy. I love For King and Country. I would highly recommend going to the show tonight if you are looking for something to do. Limited tickets still available, but there are still tickets available. And actually, it was really cool. Earlier this year, back in January, we actually had the opportunity to talk to Joel live here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I brought up so many of my songs that I love of For King and Country. Sometimes it's really hard for me to actually pick a favorite. So when I interviewed him back in January, I had mentioned one of my favorites, which is called Fight on Fighter. And little did I know we were going to be treated to a mini live performance via Zoom, but also get some of the background information about how that song originated. So we thought, since it's today that they are performing at the State Fair, let's go back in time and play just a minute of the interview and the time we got to chat with Joel and let you guys listen into that mini performance we were treated to.
I have a really soft spot in my heart for that song, and I'll give you a fun fact that I've not told many people, Haley, just for you, keep it between us.
Okay.
That song was actually originally dedicated to my wife, and the original lyric was, "Do you know, Mariah, the spirit is alive inside you, oh, I feel your fire, darling, you were born to be a fighter, yeah." My wife's incredible, and she's such a powerful woman, and so I'd written it for her. And then in sort of the last moment, we shifted it to Fight on Fighter just to make it a bit of a story that would appeal to more folks. But to me, in my heart, it's a story, it's a song to my wife. And so as a result, I have a very soft spot in it.
So cool getting that live performance there back in January from Joel Smallbone of For King and Country. If he sounds that good, just off the cusp, not planning on singing, imagine how good they will sound tonight. Again, they are your headliners. Really quickly, though, let's walk through Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday, the Isley Brothers are going to take to this stage with the Commodores. I know songs from both of these artists, and I know a lot of people, huge fans of these guys as well. And then Wednesday, if you're thinking, I'm not really into music, there's not going to be anything for me at the State Fair, you're wrong. We got John Mulaney coming, bringing his Mr. Whatever tour to the State Fair. This is so cool. John Mulaney has been touring this around the country in some pretty big venues. I know he was thrilled to get to go to Wrigley last month and bring this sold-out show there, and now he's bringing it here to the State Fair. Still tickets available for all 3 of those performances, so highly recommend finding one you like, and of course there's still more artists to come later this week. I'm sure the way we just did for King and Country, I will also bring up a clip of Lindsey Sterling when it's her night to perform at the State Fair, because she also joined us right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Speaking of people joining us on the Wisconsin Live Desk, the moment has come. We are being joined with our sports director, Tim Van Voren. He's in the car driving maybe somewhere in Pittsburgh. Where are you heading to right now, Tim?
Heading into the city. Yeah, we are outside the city heading in, Haley, and we are here for the next few days. It should be a pretty good trip, to be honest with you. I personally like Pittsburgh, number 1. And number 2, there's a whole lot to talk about here. We have Aaron Rodgers. Maybe you've heard of him. Maybe Packer fans remember him. He's now the quarterback of the Steelers. We have Mike McCarthy, the old coach of the Packers. He's now the coach of the Steelers. We have the Packers coming in for their preseason opener. It's going to be a very interesting couple of days here. Look forward to lots of coverage on our various Fox 6 platforms.
Yes, well, we are so excited for you to be joining us several times throughout this week on the Wisconsin Live Desk. For starters, let's just start with a vibe check. Is this like the first day of school? I know it's not, the actual season yet. These games don't necessarily matter, but it's got to be exciting. You're traveling again. You're going to get to watch the green and gold kind of dress up and get ready to compete.
That's well put. Yeah, this is the kind of the kickoff. The family night the other night was interesting at Lambeau Field, and of course the Packers are still practicing back in Green Bay today and tomorrow before they come out here. But now you do talk about, okay, getting ready for another team, game planning a little bit. It's the preseason. Let's not pretend it's not that. But it is game planning for another team. It's a road trip for a lot of the teams like the Packers. They want to take the guys through this drill and to even get ready for a road trip, Haley. What's it like to travel for a team?
Yeah.
Well, how are we going to go through our drill? That sort of thing. That's all part of it. The Packers have one more road preseason game this year in Denver. Then they have one home preseason game against Arizona, which is coached by Matt LaFleur's brother. So that'll be kind of a circus situation in a good way. And so, yeah, kind of here we go. So it all does get going this week here in Pittsburgh.
Also interesting because I'm looking at the calendar right now, and I know roster cuts aren't due until August 30th. So I imagine for some of these guys really vying for some of these different spots where it's competitive, they're packing their bags, they're making their way to Pittsburgh, and I'm imagining that they're thinking, hopefully I do this for an entire season, not just, a couple of games here. Where are some of the positions that you're really eyeing right now where it's going to be competitive and it's going to be hard to get that roster spot?
I think you're right. Number one, Haley, you're astute when it comes to this football stuff. But these guys are fighting for their football lives, and so there's a lot on the line individually as well as getting the team ready for the season. Offensive line has been a jumble so far this year. You kind of thought this was the offensive line the Packers were going to come into the regular season with, and they've changed that around during practice. So there are guys vying for spots up and down. That group, I definitely think you're going to watch a lot of different offensive linemen during the preseason get their opportunities, and we'll see how that shakes out in terms of who makes the roster. Defensive backfield, there's a little bit of competition at cornerback. Even for the starting positions, it was pretty much assumed by everybody. It seemed like that was talking about the Packers, so it'll be Keyshawn Nixon and Carrington Valentine. There are days at practice right now, neither one of those guys is running with the starters. Valentine's been hurt. Nixon's been getting some time with the number 2s. So there's an opportunity at cornerback there for the top draft choice. Brandon Cisse. Also, Benjamin St-Juste, who was signed in the offseason as a free agent, is getting some opportunity there. And Haley, when you get right down to it at that position, how about the names? Brandon Cisse and Benjamin St-Juste, those are good names, if nothing else. So we're watching a lot of different spots here for the Packers at the start of the preseason.
One spot that we're seeing pretty clearly defined here, backup quarterback. I was watching your Beyond the Game, which you excellently put together on Tyrod Taylor. Tell me a little more about just the wealth of knowledge and experience. I mean, the amount of squads he's played for, this would be really helpful.
I really enjoyed talking to Tyrod Taylor. It's the first time I had spoken with him. He's entering his 18th NFL season. As you said, he's been with multiple teams all over the place. Good teams, bad teams. He's had large playing roles. He's had backup roles. In Green Bay, clearly he's a backup quarterback to Jordan Love. But the wisdom he should be able to offer and the experience he can lean on, that should help this entire Packer offense. And certainly Jordan Love, who's never really had a veteran backup. So I think that's going to be a nice marriage here. And could Tyrod Taylor come in and win a game or two? That's what you have to wonder about. Malik Willis certainly did that the last couple of years for the Packers, made a lot of fans doing that, and made a lot of money, as it turns out, from the Miami Dolphins because he showed that coaching staff and that organization down there that they thought he could be a starting quarterback in the NFL. So Tyrod Taylor at the tail end of his career, but I definitely think he will add something here. And thanks for watching that Beyond the Game. I really enjoyed just kind of sitting and chatting. Tyrod Taylor's locker is in the very corner of the locker room, Haley. So I said, do you just sit back here and kind of observe? You've seen it all. I'm sure they just kind of figured you're on your perch here looking at it. He said, yeah, that's exactly who he is. That's who he's always been, and it's a great spot for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, TVV, we asked for some questions to be sent in from our viewers that we're going to get to here in a minute. The first one's not from a viewer. It's from our weather expert, Stephanie Barrichello. Curious if you've had the chance to chat with Jordan Love since he became a dad earlier this year about kind of maybe what that adjustment's been like and also how he plans on balancing that while also being the quarterback of a pretty popular franchise.
Yeah, well, thanks for the question, Stephanie, who is a great mom, by the way. And yes, I've had a chance to talk with Tom a little bit about that. He's fired up about being a dad, no question about it. He feels very comfortable being a father. He had the chance to bring his daughter with him to family night the other day, the first time that he had that opportunity. The players come out, the coaches come out, they bring their children out if they choose to. Jordan Love did that the other night. His wife was there afterwards for the fireworks. So they're really embracing the family situation. He said, it does reprioritize things for you. Excuse me just a second here, Haley. There we go. Thought I was going to sneeze. But he's very excited about Raina Capri. He said, I'm a proud girl dad, really going in on this. So you can tell Stephanie that, yes, I've had the chance to talk to him. In fact, we've talked frequently about that because it's a high priority for Jordan Love at this stage of his life. He's very excited about this chapter and just going forward. And I just noticed that he seems so in the camp this year, very comfortable with the football side of things and the life side of things. And he said, that's exactly it. Right now, that's number one.
There's something so refreshing about being reminded that these athletes, obviously playing on such a high level, are also just like us, and they are just these normal humans, going through the same things so many of us do, like, experiencing parenthood for the first time, getting to see all those milestones. So huge congrats to Jordan Love. Okay, question from one of our viewers now. I want to pull this one up from Jason in West Allis. He said, TVV, what are the odds that local kid Drew Biber could make the team?
Drew Biber is from Cedarburg. He went to Purdue. I remember Drew probably best as a basketball player, to be honest with you, at Cedarburg, but he's had a great chance to get to the NFL as a football player, a blocking type tight end. The odds are long for him to make the roster, but that doesn't mean he's not getting everything out of this experience, and the Packers aren't getting a chance to take a look at him, and he could be a developmental player. There's a practice squad on every NFL team. If you don't make the regular roster, you get selected to the practice squad, then you're there to practice all season long. You get that instruction, you get that weight training, you get everything that everybody else on the roster would get. And a lot of times, players who weren't terribly, I don't want to say accomplished, because Drew Biber's accomplished, but he didn't catch a ton of passes in college. He might be the kind of guy who's more of a developmental player going forward. So that would be Drew Biber's best odds, probably best chance to make it to the Packers. But he got signed here once training camp already got started. Can you imagine the thrill of a lifetime being able to be out there on Lambeau Field for family night the other night, and then having a chance to get ready to play with the Packers, take this trip with the Packers and play in Pittsburgh this week? Drew Biber, enjoying it all.
Absolutely. Soaking up the time that you do have with the squad. And, of course, we'll see how everything pans out here for the rest of the season. TVV, we appreciate you, as always, joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. First of hopefully many conversations this week, so we'll keep getting questions from our viewers, and we will bring them to you as you guys make your way into the city, into Pittsburgh.
That sounds great, and I kept peeking off because there's a big tunnel. Have you ever been to Pittsburgh, Haley?
I have not.
Okay, I like Pittsburgh. There's a big tunnel when you're coming into the city. That's why I kept peeking up here. Are we going to hit the tunnel? I'd probably lose you cell phone-wise, but I was going to spin the phone around because, as you said, make our way into Pittsburgh. I was almost like right on cue to do that. So, yeah, we'll look forward to talking to you this week with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy, and T.J. Watt is out here, the former Badger star. So the Steelers have a lot of connections on their roster going back to the Packers and also the Wisconsin Badgers.
All right, a lot to look forward here with Tim Van Voren, our sports director. Thanks so much for joining us, Tim. We'll give you another live look here at where the Packers will be playing come Thursday night, 6 p.m., their first preseason game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. As we mentioned, and I'll throw up the graphic again, Tim Van Voren, all week long, going to have live reports from Pittsburgh, including right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So we will continue to ask you guys to send in your questions. Here's another full look at the Packers preseason schedule. You got 3 games coming up, and then that regular season begins September 13th. If TVV's still listening, at some point I'm going to ask him which quarterback I should be trying to draft this year in my fantasy football league. That's a very competitive part for me, and I came in second last year of all the league. This year we're going for first. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Eventually Ben Handelman's actually going to take over here for a little bit, get you all the way to 3:30, and then I will be back to get you guys all the way to 4. So Ben actually just walked by, so instead of taking a break, let's just leave up some of our rotating cameras for you guys. If I can, there they are. And he'll get you from here all the way to 3:30. So thanks for joining me, and Ben's taking over in just a couple minutes. Stick with us.
That bug.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
What up, news nerds? Ben Handelman in the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're doing a little anchor switch here, so just give me a minute. 2:50 on your Monday. We are pretty excited. I don't know if you follow Ed the Diver on social media, the guy who dives all throughout Wisconsin and finds all sorts of treasures with his mermaid, Christy B. They're going to join us live because they were in the Milwaukee River recently, and they're just getting set up. We're going to go to them in just minutes and find out what kind of treasures or trash they found in our local river. But I love their content, and I can't wait to see them. We're following some of the live shots just around the country. That's a shot from Pittsburgh. You know, the new stadium in Buffalo has been making a lot of news today. They just are opening up their brand new gazillion-dollar stadium in Buffalo, and it's getting terrible reviews as there's some seats you can't see anything. We continue to follow the weather that's going on. We're expecting some showers and rain throughout the day today, so we'll keep following that. That's a live picture over the city of Milwaukee. Showers, especially tonight, and it could be a repeat of what we saw last night with some thunderstorms, you know, causing some issues. There has been fog throughout the day, even though this is not a picture from Milwaukee. That's a beautiful shot of Madison, where they got their, looks like their own fog that they're dealing with out in the capital city as our fog here has burned away. Anyway, there's the couple we're going to go to in just a second. Ed the Diver and Christy, we're going to go to them in a second. I got to take a quick break, and we'll catch them on the other side here on the Wisconsin.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, Ben Handelman. As we're getting close to the top of the hour, it is 2:54 on your Monday as we're kicking off the week here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Hey, have you ever wondered, as you go along a river, I wonder what's in that thing? Or maybe there's some hidden treasures in there. There is someone, and a couple of people actually that I follow on social media that are so popular and so good at what they do. And recently, they were in our neck of the woods. I want to bring in Ed the Diver and his mermaid, Christy B. Joining us here, it is Ed Bieber and Christy Barlamette. I hope I got your names right there. I just know you as Ed the Diver and the Mermaid. Hey guys, thanks for coming on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Thank you for having us. It's an honor.
You guys
Great to be here with you.
You are such a fun follow and such an interesting follow on social media. And I don't know your full backstory. So I want to dive right into, there's a lot of people who don't know what you guys do. I mean, it's kind of in your name, Ed. You are a diver. When did this all start, though, where it morphed into something on social media? And when did a mermaid start joining you?
Well, I love fishing, so it started out after losing a lot of my lures and my kids losing my lures for me to get in the water and go and get them back. And, you know, while you're fishing with other people, you hear them talking about, you know, I'm going to go get my lures. I lost this, like hundreds of dollars of lures, and I'm going to get them back, but they never do. So I decided to do it, did that for a couple of years, started noticing all the litter and trash for a few years. And then, you know, Chris, she just joined me full time last year, but she was free dive with me for a while before that.
Ed, have you always been a diver? I know you've got a whole business in recovery, or was this a hobby? I don't know how many years ago or how long you've been diving for.
Yeah, so almost 9 years now. It started out as a hobby, just getting my lures and then noticing everybody else's lures that they weren't getting back. So I started picking all the line too, noticed all the trash, plastic cans, aluminum, rubber, tires, all the stuff that was snagging people too that I could remove. I was getting rid of it.
And you guys have been all over the state of Wisconsin. You guys, because where are you guys based? And you guys really travel for hours.
We are actually based in Marinette.
So you're up there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, we've been in Minocqua, Eagle River, Rhinelander, basically everywhere in the state, and Michigan too.
I want to bring
Minnesota,
up
Illinois.
Yeah, I want to bring up where you were recently, because you are in our neck of the woods. I'm going to ask for some assistance from my producer to see where he's put these in other in tag board here. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a recent haul that you guys had. I know you were along the Milwaukee River. What were you doing in Saukville?
So we were just traveling through. We were trying to find a spot on the Milwaukee River that we could see that wasn't, full of stuff from the local fields. And it was actually nice and clear in Saukville, and we did around the whole Peninsula Park there, and we found a lot of neat stuff there.
We saw, Ed saw one of the biggest snapping turtles ever in his life, and we saw a ton of bass, and they follow us like little dogs.
Yep.
They're waiting for us to move a rock and feed them a crawfish.
You guys find so many cool bottles. That's one of the coolest things I think you guys find. I think on this dive there was a Port Washington brewery bottle. It might have been cracked or broken. But these are some breweries that have been shut down for years and years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is really cool. We find them from all over the United States, actually. You know, we'll find stuff in Niagara, Wisconsin, from New York, or from Chicago.
Yep, and we take all of those bottles that we find when we're scuba diving, we take them home and we clean them, and then we process them, and we end up selling them on our website to people all over the United States, and that's what helps fund our mission, along with all of the fishing lures.
Was that a hubcap there? I'm not sure what was on your
head.
head.
Hubcaps, tires, and the Public Works Department, we want to give them a huge shout out and thank you for picking that stuff up for us, because it's not easy when you have, and that was actually kind of a smaller haul for us. I mean, sometimes in Niagara and Iron River and Rhinelander, we have hundreds and hundreds of bottles just in one dive.
Wow. How long do you guys go down for usually? I mean, how long were you in the Milwaukee River when you were here in Saukville?
So sometimes our dives range from about an hour to 3 hours, depending on how shallow it is and if we're walking a lot or if we're just picking up off the shores or shallow water. But usually for diving, we can be underwater for about an hour per time.
And just recently in Niagara, we each actually filled up both our kayaks. So we had 4 full kayak loads of bottles and just a lot of trash, but also a lot of treasures.
So cool to see that it gets recycled too, that you're finding things that people want to purchase that literally were just dumped in the river sometimes. And you guys are doing such a good job cleaning up the riverways. It is amazing what you find at the bottom there.
Yes, like the Lionel Richie head bust. That was one of our favorites.
Crandon Barbie, the River Maiden.
That's what brought us together, was that dirty Barbie doll.
Okay, I need to hear that story.
I never even snorkeled before until I met Ed, and he found this dirty Barbie doll. You can tell him.
Oh, so I was in Shawnee, Wisconsin, the Wolf River, just cleaning up the dam area, swimming with the sturgeon, set crayfish free. And I seen this Barbie doll with its hair waving in the current, stuck in the rocks. And I pulled it out, and its head was full of zebra mussels and sand, and the body kind of looked like she had leprosy. But
just a tad.
Ended up putting on eBay, starting bid of 99 cents, and it ended up going for a lot of money. And this is the person who bought it, and we've been together ever since.
He brought it to me on my 40th birthday in a tackle box and asked me out to dinner. We've been together ever since. He ended up proposing to me that following August in Alaska on a mountain. And yeah, we absolutely love what we do. I went from selling high-end luxury real estate and managing apartments, and I wouldn't trade what I do now with Ed for the world.
That is a
Very
fantastic story. The Barbie at the bottom of a river brought you together.
Yeah.
What was it that you were like, I need this Barbie? Or did you just want to meet Ed the diver?
No, I never heard of him actually, and I had him on my radio show, and then the rest is history. But all the funds were going to his Midwest 2024 cleanup tour. So I make a donation every year, and that's where I wanted my donation to go to. And it ended up going to the love of my life and my soulmate.
Wow.
She wanted that Barbie doll.
I liked Ed too, though.
I mean, the chemistry you guys have is evident on all the social media posts that you have. They're so fun to watch. How has that changed your lives? Because I'm sure, Ed, when you started out, you weren't expecting that this thing was going to take off, but it really has.
Well, it really changed my life a lot, and it all started kind of with COVID. I was getting out more and more. I ended up getting a wetsuit, getting a GoPro for my mask so I could record underwater and show people what I was seeing underwater, what needed to be pulled out. And it just kept going and going. Everyone was interested in all the lures I was pulling out. They were saying, hey, that one was mine. I lost 10 ripping wraps. I lost these lures here and there.
We hear that all the time.
But the biggest impact that we like to make is encouraging others and inspiring them to get out and clean up themselves. And we just kind of want to have that ripple effect to start where we're at here in Wisconsin and, let it ripple out across the United States and the world, actually.
You don't have to be a scuba diver to make a difference. You can just take a walk, and grab a plastic bag and pick up trash and litter. So, and we love it when people send us pictures of themselves doing it and saying, you guys inspired me to do it and be a better person. So it's working.
It is amazing what's in our waterways. I live a couple blocks from Lake Michigan, and we just had the wind was coming the right way where the waves were hitting the beach really hard for a couple of days here in the Milwaukee area, and just going on the beach right after, you see how much trash washes right up along the shore, along Lake Michigan. Have you ever been surprised when you get in the water just how much is down there?
Well, we recently just plucked a toilet out of the Oconto River. There is a treadmill in the Peshtigo River and a washer and a dryer in Eagle River. You name it, we have pretty much seen it, but it's crazy because you never know.
Yeah. And I actually just pulled out a heavy microwave out of the Swamico River just north of Green Bay. The day we were coming back from Milwaukee, we pulled out a microwave, and I'm still sore from that.
Mainly he did. So yeah, that's why he has 2 pillows behind his back.
Yeah, a lot of these things, like the tires that you pull out, a lot of this stuff is not easy once it goes to the bottom of the river to get it back out again.
No, it's definitely work. And I mean, we're driving to all these places, we're driving there, we're scuba diving, we're plucking the stuff out, and then we're laying it out as a display for everybody to see. But then it's a whole nother process taking it home and getting everything cleaned up.
And then when we find lost property while we're doing random cleanups, we find a lot of phones, Apple Watches, jewelry. We show it on the channel so then people can get a chance to say, hey, that's mine. I lost it a year or 2 years ago. And it's great. We can send it back to them.
It feels so good to reunite people with the things that they thought they lost forever, especially phones when they're not backed up.
Yeah, exactly.
The light in their eyes is like, that's awesome.
What's the longest time someone's like, I lost that, I don't know how many years ago. Have you run into some people who've...
Yeah.
2 years.
There's been a few iPhones that are other phones that have been underwater for 2 years.
Yeah.
And we get them out and we dry them out the best we can, charge them up, and then find out who the owner is. We get them back.
That's incredible that you're able to do that. You think after a month or so, it'd be a complete goner. But I guess not. I also love the story. I mean, you guys are not new to being on the news. I think you found a Native American. What was it from 1,000 years ago?
We're still waiting for the official word on that. We were really excited when we found it. We shared our experience of finding it, and then what we're told.
We're just a couple of dirty divers. We're not archaeologists, so we're just waiting for the actual detailed report from the archaeologist to confirm the time frame and everything. But
so it could just be a rock.
Or a wind chime. But when we get that back, we're definitely going to let everybody know. But it was exciting.
Yeah, what was the story behind that? What did you think it possibly could be?
We just thought it was a pretty rock.
We thought it was a pretty pendant too. It had a hole in it, and we don't know. A lot of people were making guesses on our thing, and we just went off of what we were shared with from
the tribe.
The tribe.
The tribe itself, and it definitely was not a drilled hole in it, and that's why they said it was 100. It was a Native American artifact. But like I said, we're just a couple dirty divers, so we're gonna let the professionals handle that and let us know.
But that's the fun of this, right? You don't know what you're looking for or even what you're pulling up. You guys must be learning a lot of history in our rivers.
We sure are, and we actually had a museum exhibit up at the Neville Public Museum in downtown Green Bay, and that was a huge honor. We had a sold-out show there. So many kids, family members, they were so excited. The community really came out, and they're just so excited to see everything that we find underwater. I mean, just as everybody else is that watches the videos, because you never know.
And I love what you guys do. I mean, when you go to an area that you don't know, like you're not from Southeast Wisconsin, you kind of put out the call, hey, where should we go? Are you then flooded with recommendations?
Oh yeah, we get hundreds of recommendations, and even jobs. People will reach out and said, hey, this is a long shot, but 10 years ago, my husband lost his ring or lost his fishing rod, and we have as part of a business, we charge to go and search for stuff.
Right. Yeah.
But when we're just doing random cleanups, we just find it, try to come back.
Yeah, we get many phone calls for wedding rings, cell phones, even trolling motors, Ben.
Well, I'll tell you a quick story here at Fox 6. I was once with a photojournalist who earlier in the week, this was many years ago, accidentally dropped his tripod in the Milwaukee River downtown and needed to call up someone who does your kind of services. So I have a huge appreciation for people who can dive in. Do you guys have a wish list of places that you want to go or haven't been able to dive yet?
Well, I finished my certification in January in the Dominican Republic, and I'm not going to lie, that was amazing because the water visibility is a lot different in the Dominican, in the Caribbean, than it is in Wisconsin.
Right.
But we are planning some trips. We plan on going to Greece.
Cool.
Hopefully soon.
All over the place. But yeah, for now, it's mainly around the Midwest.
But I mean, we love diving, but we love making a difference while we're diving.
Yeah.
We like picking up stuff and examining it, keeping it if we can, or getting it out of the river if it doesn't belong there.
Yeah, we just really pride ourselves in not just taking all the treasures, but all the litter as well.
Well, one thing I think you guys have taught me is if you're ever wondering the health of some of our lakes and rivers, it amazes me how much native fish and the turtles and the wildlife that you guys do come across when you guys dive.
It's awesome. The bass act like dogs. Like when we're underwater and we're scuba diving and cleaning up, we'll have a bass like on the right side of my head and on the left, and they're just cruising along with us, and they're waiting for us to lift up a rock and feed them a crawfish. But first, we take the line off the crawfish.
Yeah.
Well, it's just amazing. I mean, even in Saukville, you guys talked about, would you come across a giant turtle right there?
The snapper, and sometimes these rivers you can only see 1 to 3 feet. So you're swimming, you're looking at the bottom, and all of a sudden you look up and you see a huge snapping turtle, and they just stop and look at you just like you look at them, and they don't come after you. And I always usually have a bottle or something in my hand to reference. I'll put it by their head, and you can see the reference of the bottle, so how big their head is. And this one was huge.
Thankfully, I didn't see him then. I would have jumped right out.
As far as treasure goes, I mean, have you guys ever wanted to get into more urban areas like the city of Milwaukee? I know it presents its own challenges to dive in those kind of areas as well.
We travel a lot, way up north where we travel a lot of people from down south are going up there. So there's a lot of history in those lakes and rivers. But we look for smaller towns or middle-sized towns that have creeks and rivers running through them with historic downtown stuff, and there's a lot of stuff to be found.
But we do find, we find guns, safes, laptops, computers, tablets. And when we do find guns, we always contact the authorities. Recently in the Yahara River in Madison, Wisconsin, we found a purse with a huge rock zipped into it. And the wallet and their prescription bottles from October of 1978. So we always contact the authorities, and a couple times they've solved cases, so that feels really good. I think we've had 4 different cities mail us honorary police badges, so that's a huge honor. We try to work really close with law enforcement, and you name it.
You guys have become somewhat celebrities, because I know when you're diving, people start stopping now.
Yeah, people take pictures of us driving in our truck and send them to us.
So I can't pick my nose anymore.
No, me either.
Yes. Okay. No, but it is funny wherever we go. If we're at Quick Trip or Walmart or anywhere, they're like, "Oh, Ed, you're a celebrity now." And like,
honestly, we are just two. I always say normal-ish. Just two people doing what we love and doing it together. And nothing's ever scripted. Like if we were scripted, it would probably be a hot mess. So like when you watch our videos, that's just us being us.
Yep.
You said something in our correspondence too that surprised me when I was asking you where you'd been or where you're going, and you said it was too warm right now this time of year. What's the challenges of diving? Why do you want it a little bit cooler?
Well, when it's a little cooler, then there's less, plants and stuff that grow in the water, so the visibility kind of gets a little better. But we start diving in February, March sometimes in the springtime.
Yeah.
When for lures, everybody's fishing. We're trying to get the new snags out and then all the line out. But in the summertime, when everything heats up, you get the algae bloom.
Oh,
You
yeah.
get all kinds of weeds and whatever else is flowing down from the roads into the water. Like where there's farm fields, like manure and stuff. You don't want to go in that.
And then every spring, Ben, we set up our toy hauler here in Marinette, Wisconsin, and we donate to every child 16 and under. We give them 1 free lure, a fishing pole, a tackle box, and did I say 1 lure?
Yeah.
They all get 1 for free, and sometimes we have repeat offenders. So if they lose their lure right away, we tell them to pick up a bag of trash, and they bring us the bag of trash, and we'll give them another lure.
So, and I see you have a lot to choose from. How much stuff have you
Yes.
accumulated now? Where do you keep all this stuff?
So I have my workshop and
thankfully,
yeah. So that's most of it's outside, but all the stuff that we have on our website is in the house, neatly organized. So when we get an order, we just go plop it off the shelf and ship it out.
Yeah.
And we ship them all over the United States, and I've even shipped a few things over to different countries in the past, but now it's just keep it to the U.S.
Yeah.
We actually just sold the blob top bottle that says Ben on it to somebody in Michigan.
Oh, I
We just
missed
forgot
out.
that order place.
Yeah.
You missed your chance, Ben.
That's okay. I know you guys will be down there searching for my next Ben bottle.
We
down
will
there.
be. You betcha.
All right. If people are interested in looking at your stuff, maybe you want to buy something that you guys have found at the bottom of a river or lake, where should they go?
They can go to edthediver.com, and if they want to support our social media, our videos, pictures, or travels, they can go on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, or X, all Ed the Diver.
And we did establish a nonprofit. It's called MER, and that is effective as of January 1st. So they can donate to that as well.
So it's Midwest Environmental Restoration.
And what are you guys up to in followers now? It's just mind blowing.
500,000.
Close to 500,000, yeah.
That is
Not
awesome.
as many as FOX6.
Well, after this interview, get ready for something to blow up here. So it takes time. That's
Well,
all.
we can't tell you how honored it was to be interviewed by you, Ben. We
Oh
only
my
hear amazing
goodness.
things.
Well, I've been
thank
following
you.
your content for a while now, and even when I'm not, it pops up. That tells you you're in my algorithm. I enjoy finding treasures on the bottom of rivers and lakes. It is so cool. You guys have such a cool story, and we're so happy you come back next time you're in town.
Definitely.
For sure.
We'll see what you find. Ed the Diver and Mermaid Christie. Thanks for coming on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Appreciate it, guys. What a
Thank
cool,
you so much.
So cool that they joined us. So cool that they came down to Saukville. It's too bad some of our other rivers weren't, as crystal clear as they'd like it. But that means they got to come back. Very cool. EdTheDiver.com. We're coming up on 3:15. We'll be back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
That was so cool talking to Ed the Diver. Hey, everybody. Ben Handelman from the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is 3:16 as we're getting your week underway. Just some of the things we're following right now. Live picture from across Wisconsin. That is Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. To the south of there is some new news just coming out about Menasha, and I do want to get to that, as Tony Evers has just written to FEMA requesting support to assess and respond to all of the July storm damage in Wisconsin. That includes the EF3 tornado in Menasha and the Fox Valleys that hit a lot of the areas up there, Appleton. Families, businesses, and entire neighborhoods are hurting after yet another bout of severe weather across the state. The governor goes on to say, we are doing all that we can to support local recovery efforts, and this is the next step towards requesting formal assistance from our federal partners so we can continue to support our communities during this long recovery process. So we continue to watch what's going on in Menasha. Of course, the storms up there were just terrible. As we're looking at Manitowoc up to, that's along Lake Michigan there, some of these cameras. But yeah, just awful tornado, EF3. It's going to take them months, possibly years, to really fix what has been broken. Interesting enough, the governor has asked for federal help in the past after devastating flooding in southeast Wisconsin and up to the north during April and other storms as well. And in the past, Tony Evers has been denied help for FEMA recovery, with FEMA saying the damage was not bad enough. I'm not sure they're going to be able to say that this time just because of all the damage that we have seen. This is just some of the old video from Menasha. I mean, that EF3 tornado, when it dropped down in Appleton and then headed south over Lake Winnebago, caused so much damage. Now, interesting enough, it's not the only area that day that had really bad storm damage. Of course, this is the worst of it, but there was also significant damage, according to the governor, in Forest, Outagamie, Vilas, and Winnebago counties. And so a formal federal preliminary damage assessment, that is the next step after an initial local and state damage assessment is conducted. So they're going through the process right now. The state has been out there taking kind of a list of everything that is wrong. They are going to write that all down, come up with a dollar amount, send that to the federal government, and then the federal government starts their process where they will send local investigators out and pretty much do what the state has done as well, and just going through the list. And then eventually the federal government will decide whether or not to send aid to the state of Wisconsin. Oftentimes that aid comes in the form of infrastructure reimbursements. So think of all the power lines that Menasha had to put back up, or these other communities. Some of the roads had to be, culverts went washed away and are missing. All the tree damage, all of that could be reimbursed from the federal government to help fix things up there. The state also has some money they can send this way, but that's a completely different process. But the first step is identifying how much damage was done and does it meet the threshold for FEMA assistance. So that is currently happening here in Wisconsin. I'm just looking because we have a new live shot. We've been in court here as we're waiting. I'm going to pull the audio up here. Milwaukee County Courthouse. This was a shooting investigation. We don't have audio coming yet from this feed. We are expecting a suspect to come through that we are interested in. So I just want to let you know that is currently happening. You know what today is, too? It is the eve of elections, as we are now one day away from Election Day, and things have gotten really interesting. Two storylines I'm following, they're both on the Democratic side, where that's where all the question marks are. Granted, where there's a lot of local races, including some really interesting sheriff's races, some really interesting primaries around the state. But the biggest election we're following is what's happening on that governor's ticket, especially on the Democratic side. 4 contenders remain. There will be 7 on your ballot because the other 3 dropped out after the ballots had already been printed. Joel Brennan and Kelda Roys, they have been polling in the single digits. One of the questions tomorrow, can David Crowley pull off one of the greatest come-from-behind victories in elections history? Because David Crowley is a man who actually ended his campaign until the Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez, her campaign imploded when there was some financial reporting issues. She dropped out of the race. Some of the quote-unquote centrist Democrats were looking for an alternative who could possibly beat the Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong, who has been leading all of the polls. So David Crowley gets back in the race. Governor Evers shortly after endorses him, which kind of puts a rocket on the back of your campaign. The question is, can David Crowley, the county executive from Milwaukee County, go from a dead, I'm out of the race campaign to winning the Democratic primary? The polls show he is way behind Francesca Hong. But primary polls are really finicky and tricky, especially in large fields, because you don't know who is actually going to show up to vote. A second question is, for those people who show up to vote, if you are voting on the Democrat side, and maybe you think Francesca Hong is not your candidate, do those other 2 candidates split the vote enough that this still becomes a Francesca Hong victory? And another thing we're following, if Francesca Hong, the state representative from Madison, pulls off a victory, that in itself is an incredible underdog story. As someone who is, she will tell you, not with the establishment, and she's been pointing a lot of the quote-unquote established Democrats in the state have been campaigning to beat her, for example, the governor, Tony Evers. And if she comes out with a big victory, that would be an incredible feat for someone who, when this campaign started, was thought to be not going to be the front runner. And the opposite has happened. Francesca Hong has been the front runner from the very start of the polling in this election. So Election Day tomorrow on Tuesday will be so interesting as we are following those headlines. Of course, this is the Republican side. They've got their own race tomorrow. There's the long shot bid from Andy Mansky, who is from Southeast Wisconsin, but has not put really any money into this campaign. And then you've got the Congressman, Tom Tiffany, who has pretty much all of the top Republicans behind his support. It's expected to be, I mean, when I say long shot for Andy Mansky, that is a long shot bid tomorrow. Not to say we haven't seen crazier things done, but a lot of people are calling Tom Tiffany the presumed nominee, and a lot of the polls have Tom Tiffany as the front runner when we wake up on Wednesday, if in fact Francesca Hong is running against him. But this is why we vote, because the polls don't mean anything, and it only matters what you say when it comes to Election Day. There have been a lot of interesting conversations about some of their national appearances. The number one thing that voters care about is definitely the economy, and there's been more talk recently about Thanksgiving after Francesca Hong in a tweet 7 years ago said she would cancel Thanksgiving. So Republicans have been pouncing on that, and now the Democrats are trying to get back their focus in on the campaign issues that people care about. So we shall see what happens tomorrow night as all these campaigns are really interesting and underway. We've got some audio coming out of court right now. Not sure if they are about to start. That's the court. Is this intake court that we're watching? Yeah, Adrian, our producer, is following along. And which case is this? This is the courthouse where if you get arrested and you're thrown in jail, this is the first place you will end up, where they will set bond and conditions. You'll have a lawyer for the first time. And if you've ever sat in this room, it can be kind of like a parade of people, especially on a Monday. Because you're getting all the people from over the weekend who were picked up for all sorts of things. Breonna Tyler is the case that we are following. That is a shooting that happened. It was originally in juvenile court, but got moved to adult court, which is exactly what his lawyers did not want to happen. As adult court, the penalties, obviously, they go up once you're in this courtroom. So we'll keep watching that here.
And the person who just sat down at the CRC, this is Commissioner Dorsey. Can you have the officer unmute you? Do you know who that is? Thank you. And what's your name, please?
Ariana LaBourgeois.
Thank you.
On the record. State of Wisconsin versus Ariana LaBourgeois, 26 CF.
Okay, this is not the person we're following, but I just want to show everybody what intake court's like as we've got this live feed coming up.
State appears by Lisa Valenti Jordan. Ms. LaBourgeois is present by video. She is in custody. SPD has not appointed an attorney.
And Ms. LaBourgeois, this is Commissioner Dorsey. It looks like you had your initial appearance on August 3rd of this year, and today was scheduled for your preliminary hearing. You did qualify to have a public defender appointed defense attorney to represent you, but they need more time to do so. So since this is a felony case and you're unrepresented today, I'm going to adjourn your preliminary hearing for cause. And we're going to set one more date back in this court for status of counsel, hoping that by that next court date, an attorney will have been appointed to represent you. Do you understand all of that?
Yes.
All right, did the state wish to add anything to the record?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set your next court date for status of counsel.
The next court date is September 1st, 1:30, status of counsel, back here in Freeland.
All right, so that's your next court date. You can let the officer know you're all done with your hearing for today.
Good.
We're getting close to 3:30 here, and you're just seeing the challenges some inmates face as that woman had a court appearance already, was supposed to be back in court with her public defender, and the public defender's office has not yet assigned anyone to the case. And when that happens, you see what happens. They just punted that woman's case farther down the line, and it will take longer for her to face justice, come up with some sort of plea or other agreement. Okay, here's what we're going to do here on the Wisconsin Live Desk as I'm just watching our cameras here, our breaking news crews on the move. Not sure where they're moving. We're obviously watching what's happening inside the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Preliminary hearings are underway as we're following a shooting suspect. And Haley's coming back to the microphone here. She's going to bring you home. I got to get ready for Fox 6 News at 4 that you can watch right here on your Fox local app. In the meantime, got to take a quick break, and when we come back, obviously, we will follow the latest and breaking on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Now you can hear me. My little board, my buttons are currently broken, but that's okay. We're still going to have a ton of fun here for the last 30 minutes of the live desk. Haley Spittler stepping back into the studio here after Ben Handelman hung out with you guys the last 45 or so minutes. But I know for a lot of us, we'll take a live look outside here. Actually, I can't. My buttons are all broken. This is bad news. I'm going to see if my producers can step in and maybe try and punch up either router 1 or router 2, which okay, we're just going to go straight to Tom Walks because my whole stream deck is broken. So good thing we have a helping hand right here in Tom, who's going to tell us all about the weather today.
Hi there, Haley. Yep, I'll give you some time. You're able to reset over there. Let's talk weather a little bit for you because it was an active night. Last night, we had flash flood warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings, especially in our southern communities. He even heard from a viewer in the Brighton area, in the southern part of our viewing area, of some tree damage as a result of storms. Unfortunately, I think we have more storms on the way, both tonight for some and for most of us tomorrow. So what I want to do here is I'm going to share my screen. Let's see here. And so you should be able to just in a moment see the weather graphics. There you go, popping. We're kind of getting a behind the scenes view here a little bit too of what our weather computer looks like. So this is live where we do have a little thunderstorm east of Beloit. So Walworth County is going to get a little shower coming on through. Nothing major out of this right now. Let me zoom this out for you. And you can see there's not a whole lot going on. But right along the border, we do have a couple of showers and thunderstorms. Now, worth noting here is the severe weather outlook for later on today and tonight, and it's really in our southern counties, very much like we saw last night, and you see there's an enhanced risk off to the west of us tonight. So this is mainly going to be our border areas late tonight. I'll show you that in a moment, but I also want to show you the severe weather risk for tomorrow because there's an enhanced risk for Chicago and a slight risk going up into our southern counties, really going right up into parts of Jefferson, Waukesha, Walworth, up to about the Racine area. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets moved even farther north, and let's talk about why. I do believe we are going to end up having a decent round of thunderstorms coming in for tomorrow. So what I want to do here is pull up one of our high-resolution Sky Vision Plus computer models, and I'll take you through here. And again, you should be able to see it pop up here. Now, as we go throughout the evening, generally after 8 to 9 o'clock, you see, and if you can see my cursor at the bottom of your screen, there's a strong thunderstorm forecast 8 to 9 o'clock just south of the border, and then more developing as we go throughout the evening. Similar spots to where we had them last night. So I think I have to put the coffee on. I can tonight is what that means. So similar to what we had last night. Will it reach Milwaukee and Waukesha? It did last night, so unclear exactly if that'll happen again. But right now I would say rinse and repeat from what we had last night. Heavy rain, some hail, some gusty winds. Can't rule out a severe thunderstorm warning. But this becomes more interesting. Remember what we had midday yesterday? On Sunday, watch this. Now we're into Tuesday. Here we are, 10 a.m. Here comes strong storms heading towards Madison and then moving into our area around noon. This is almost an exact repeat of what we had yesterday, midday, time frame and location. So I do think we could have midday thunderstorms pushing on through. Now, the good news is after that passes, this rain should start to fizzle out in behind it, and then we clear out and we're done. Wednesday is only a slight chance for a shower or a thunderstorm there. So that's how it's looking right now is, again, later on this evening and overnight, our southern communities could be in for more storms, possibly some severe wind, hail, but I think heavy rain is the main threat. After about 2 a.m., that moves out. Then we have a midday batch, which could mirror what happened yesterday. Remember all those shelf clouds that we had coming on through, and we had the wind and the darkness and the rain midday? I think that'll repeat itself again tomorrow. So once we get past that point, Wednesday is looking better, just a slight chance for a thunderstorm, and then a couple showers on Thursday. And then as we go into the weekend, chances ramp up again by Sunday. So, Haley, we're in this pattern of, kind of on and off chances for thunderstorms every day. But I think it's really going to be tonight and for our southern counties, and then area-wide midday Tuesday, and more of a break as we head towards Wednesday, and 70s for highs tomorrow and again on Wednesday. So at least even with the humidity, we're going to cool things down just a little bit. But I think it's going to be a busy night again later tonight. So definitely want to stay tuned for more on that, Haley.
Always a good opportunity to download that FOX6 Storm Center app. I know I have
100%
on with the notifications with the sound on, just because as somebody who goes to bed a little early, I want to make sure if I needed to, it would wake me up.
And what's cool about it, you get those lightning alerts and heavy rain alerts, which is really cool to say there's lightning 5 miles from you, right? Or whatever, which is really cool. So you get those alerts as well. Absolutely. And turn the emergency alerts on your phone as well. You can find them in the settings by the Amber Alerts, and you can toggle that on. Just make sure that's on too in case. I'm not expecting tornadoes tonight, but it's never zero. So that's why you just always want to be safe with that. Or if it's a high-end severe thunderstorm warning, you can get alerts that way as well. But yeah, Haley, it's been an active pattern, very active. I mean, this wild severe weather season continues.
I know. I do feel like we've seen a lot of severe storms and a lot of alerts and a lot of nights where when I'm not at work, I turn on to Fox 6 because you and Stephanie and the whole team have done such a great job of keeping us safe. So we appreciate you always making sure we're weather aware. And I also appreciate you filling that time while my buttons got fixed, so now we can go on.
Of course. Are you all good?
We're all good now, thankfully.
Perfect. Yeah, well, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Tom. And of course, you will have your forecast coming up this afternoon as well, and evening in all of our newscasts. I do want to get to a little bit of breaking news just into our newsroom, and that is that 3 men have been charged in a vacant elementary school break-in. And this is Lincoln Avenue School. So again, this is that school that unfortunately was absolutely destroyed by a 5-alarm fire back in June. We just learned earlier today in a press conference the cause of that fire, which actually was some rags kind of doused in chemicals from janitors cleaning, working to get that floor and the school ready for the next day. They disposed of those chemical kind of rags in a trash can. Ultimately, that's what started a fire that went from a trash can to covering the entire building. It is a total loss. And so now what we've learned is that with this building that is totally destroyed, vacant, burned out hulk of Lincoln School, that 3 men are accused and now charged of breaking into it last Thursday morning. This would be August 6th. So these are the 3 men on your screen who are facing charges. I'm going to quickly pull up just the criminal complaint here. So they are facing 1 count of burglary of a building or dwelling, 1 count of possession of burglarious tools, another count of burglary of a building or dwelling, a 4th count of possession of burglarious tools. Let's see, 5, 6, the same counts here, and then count 6, bail jumping. So certainly a lot of different charges for these 3 men who, again, are just accused of breaking into the building. Last Thursday morning, security at the school spotted flashlights inside, which had cops then eventually get into the school where they found 2 of these individuals, one hiding inside a storage room with a backpack with lockpicks and a flashlight, another one hiding underneath stairs with a backpack that had a portable saw, screwdrivers, and a headlamp. One of these men told police that he had gotten to the school in a vehicle that was parked nearby. At that vehicle is when police found the 3rd man charged, who was sleeping in the driver's seat. Inside the car, police say they found a gun as well as drugs. So again, just some breaking news here. We now have learned 3 individuals charged with trying to break into Lincoln Avenue School last Thursday. 2 of them actually found inside the building, and then that man in the middle there found in kind of a nearby almost getaway car. So again, just into our newsroom. I'm sure we'll have more information on this coming up later later in our afternoon newscast. It does sound like all 3 defendants have not yet gone through intake court, as they will need translators. So again, when there are any updates on this case, we'll have you covered right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. In the meantime, I'm going to take a quick break, then we're going to check in with Jason Calvi, our political reporter, the day before the August primary election. Certainly a busy day for him and a busy day for all of the candidates who are trying one last stitch effort here to try and get some support, convince voters to vote for them. So we'll check in with Jason in just a few minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 3:45 on your Monday afternoon. And really, I want to say the kind of countdown is on until Election Day, which is crazy. I feel like we've been talking about this race for a year. Certainly won't know who the next governor of Wisconsin is tomorrow, but we will know the final 2 candidates in the race. Again, Election Day kicking off here in 15 hours, 13 minutes, and 56 seconds. But I had to bring in our political reporter, Jason Calvi, to join this conversation. Jason, I mean, tomorrow is the August primary election day. We have 4 Democrats still in the running, 2 Republicans in the running. What does today, and I'm hoping you're not frozen, you might be. There, you're back. What does today look like for these candidates? I imagine it's still going out and trying to, rally up support, convince those last-minute voters to vote for them tomorrow.
Yeah, the whole weekend has been one last sprint to the finish line of this primary. So much is on the line. You think about these candidates, a lot of them have been running for their last pitch to primary voters to say, hey, tomorrow, Tuesday, is the day to make your voices heard. Vote for me. That has been the message they've been sharing. And I just want to let you know that my internet connection is unstable. I told the producers that I was going to be driving through Johnson Creek. And for whatever reason, every time we drive through Johnson Creek on our way to Madison, the internet connection just totally dumps out. So can you still hear me?
We can still hear you and we can see you.
Awesome, because the message came up on my screen, your internet connection is unstable. So, but yeah, it's all about primary day tomorrow when there's so much on the line. And really, I think it's a battle for the future of the Democratic Party. We've been seeing in other places play out in, for example, the New York City mayoral race, or last week, the Michigan Senate primary, where you had someone more on the far left versus somebody more in the center left of the Democratic Party. Maybe more, the better way to refer to that is maybe more of an establishment-backed candidate versus somebody on the left. On the far left, and the far left candidate won. Now, the interesting thing about Michigan in the Senate race was that the margins were a lot smaller than what the polls beforehand suggested, that the front runner was up by 12 points or so, and the race was a lot closer.
So, Jason, I feel like we have to always touch base with our viewers to remind them the current state of the race, because this has been such a roller coaster ride. We've seen so many shakeups these last couple of months. So, as a reminder, there are still 4 Democrats in the running. All 7, I believe, will actually appear on your ballot, but the 4 are still in the race here: Joel Brennan, David Crowley, Francesca Hong, and then there's Kelda Royce. For Republicans, 2 names will be on the ballot: Andy Mansky and Tom Tiffany. And Jason, I feel like sometimes people get slightly confused when it comes to a partisan primary. They think, you'll get to choose in both those races. You don't. You go and you either get the Republican ballot or the Democrat ballot. And you were saying sometimes maybe a little strategy is used. Sometimes Republicans will choose to vote in the Democratic race.
Yeah, it should be all on the same piece of paper. So I think that's important. It's really a private decision that you're going to make in the ballot box. You're going to get that 1-page piece of paper, and you're going to see the Democratic primary on that page, and then potentially on the other side or potentially on the same page, you'll see the Republican primary for all the different races, whether it's local or statewide races that have primaries. They'll be on that ballot, and you'll have to choose in the privacy of your own ballot box whether you're going to vote in the Democratic primary or the Republican primary. You can't cross over on the primary ballot. So, for example, if you want to vote in the Democratic primary, which is more competitive for governor, then you're not going to
Again, Jason Calvi.
So either vote all Democrat or vote all Republican. You have that one choice. And if you do break the rules, which you try to vote in both primaries, the ballot's going to be spit out and hopefully you'll get a redo. But if you did that in your absentee ballot, then it's pretty much not going to count.
Right. We did see that ruling come down maybe a week or 2 ago from people who had voted absentee in early voting. Obviously, for some of them, Jason, the people they voted for have since dropped out from the race. So they were wondering, well, can I get a new ballot? And the answer was no, right, Jason?
Yeah. The Wisconsin Elections Commission actually voted in July, and they did away with what's known as spoiling. I'll get to what that means in a second. But we've seen this whole process play out in previous elections where somebody votes in a primary, they vote absentee, they send it into their clerk, and then their candidate drops out. Well, they go to the clerk's office, they ask for a redo, so they kind of rip up and destroy the envelope with the first ballot that you submitted to your clerk, and then you get a redo. That's been the process called spoiling, and it's been the process in years past, but this July, the Wisconsin Elections Commission said you can no longer do that. So what does that mean? If you're a Democratic primary voter and you cast your ballot, send it to your clerk, you're not getting a redo this year. You may have gotten a redo longer. And I think it's important to know your vote is secret, right? Yes, it is secret. We're talking about your absentee ballot that you mail to your clerk is going to be in 2 sets of envelopes. The first one, the envelope, is going to fill in the blank, the address, and then it will, on the inside of that will be another envelope that has your absentee ballot in it. And that outside envelope that inside envelope will have your signature, your address, as well as a signature and address of your witness. And that all has to be on there. So on election day or on primary day tomorrow, that's the first chance where clerks and election workers will start processing absentee ballots. That cannot start in Wisconsin until 7 in the morning tomorrow on primary day. Unlike other states where they can early open up those envelopes and start getting them ready for the voting machines early, in Wisconsin that doesn't happen. So that whole long process of 2 election workers opening up every single absentee ballot outer envelope, checking the inner envelope for those signatures and addresses of the witness and the voter, then once that's confirmed by those 2 election workers, then they can open up that outside or the inside envelope, get the ballot out of there, and it's folded up, right? So now they have to kind of iron it out, get it ready, smooth it out so they can put it through the machine. So that does take time. So again, that process cannot start until 7 in the morning on primary day tomorrow.
Jason, that is the exact same time as I'm going to pull up some of the information our viewers might be wondering. That polls opens. Again, they will be open tomorrow from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. You do need to bring a photo ID with you. If you're thinking, oh, I haven't registered to vote, so I'm not going to be able to, you can. You can register the exact same day, so you can go and register tomorrow. Again, this is no longer early voting, so before when you could kind of go to any of the polls you wanted, now you need to go to your location, your polling site, which if you don't know, you can always go to myvote.wi.gov. And Jason, that's how people can figure out kind of where their assigned location is. But then the next question is, well, if the polls close at 8, when are we going to know? When do we get those results coming in?
Yeah, it takes some time because of that whole absentee ballot process, and we've seen more than 100,000 absentee ballots admitted already to clerks in Wisconsin. So a lot of people still are deciding to vote absentee and voting in a form of absentee balloting. So all of those ballots will not be counted until tomorrow at 7. So that does take time, and oftentimes it's the larger cities that have a lot of absentee ballots that are going to be taking some extra time potentially to get those things solidified. So we're not going to necessarily have all the results right at 8 o'clock, but we'll be tracking as soon as polls close at 8 o'clock right here on Fox Local. We'll be able to track the results that are coming in, kind of trickling in statewide. But we'll see how quickly it comes to find who the winner is. It depends on how close the margins are and things like that on primary day tomorrow.
And then, Jason, before I let you go, I know you're on the road right now to Madison. I just want to kind of get your input here. Tomorrow, Election Day, you're a political reporter. We've already, I feel like, had such a crazy experience following this, especially the Democratic primary here these last couple of weeks and months before we even get to Election Day. What has this kind of roller coaster and all these shakeups been like to report and to cover? Because we've constantly been seeing, people withdraw. I mean, we saw David Crowley withdraw and then re-enter the race and get backed by the governor who didn't hand out an endorsement for almost a year, Jason.
Yeah, and then you saw Barnes, well, actually 2 lieutenant governors, the former lieutenant governor and the current lieutenant. The former lieutenant governor Mandela Barnes dropped out, and before that, the current lieutenant governor Sarah Rodriguez dropped out. So those 2 names, people that are on your ballot, all 7 candidates on the Democratic side who qualified to be on the ballot are on your ballot, even though there's only 4 of them that are still in the race. You're going to have the choice. There you go. You see the ones in color are the ones that are still in the race. The ones in black and white at the bottom of your screen are the ones who are on your ballot but have dropped out. So it'll be really interesting to see what kind of support Mandela Barnes, Sarah Rodriguez, and Missy Hughes get tomorrow. One thing I mentioned is that if you voted for one of these candidates when they were in the race, because again, absentee ballots have been in the mail since June, so at the end of June, so people have had a long time to potentially vote early in these absentee ballots. And let's say you voted for one of those 3 at the bottom who's now out of the race. What is that going to mean with the election results tomorrow? There's no do-overs, so you pretty much cast your ballot for a person that's out of the race. I think you're going to still see a sizable, number of people who voted for Mandela Barnes and Sarah Rodriguez whose votes are going to be part of the tallies tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, Fox 6 will have all of our viewers covered every step of the way, both when polls open tomorrow to when they close tomorrow night to eventually when we start getting those results in. Jason, we appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, one day out from that August primary election.
Thanks for having me on, Haley. I got so much more to talk about.
I know. If we had more time, we would keep you longer. The show is ending in a matter of seconds, it feels like, Jason.
Can we run the clock out or no? You don't have time to run the clock out with me?
We don't have time to run the clock out with you, but will you join us hopefully tomorrow as well?
Okay, we'll talk about it. I want to talk about Republicans crossing over and voting the Democratic primary. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. We touched on it a little bit there, but yes, it is always a little bit of a strategy there sometimes when, to Jason's point, and I'll just pull up some of the graphics while we have a minute left. 2 candidates here running to be the Republican gubernatorial candidate. A lot of polling would indicate that Tom Tiffany is definitely the front runner here. They don't anticipate this to be too close of a race. So sometimes you might see Republicans instead choose to vote in this race, vote for a Democrat on the primary ballot to try and see if they can pick somebody who wouldn't necessarily have as strong of a results against Tom Tiffany. So it's certainly some strategy that comes into elections. And again, Jason Kelby will be with us tomorrow, our political reporter on primary election day, which I'll pull up the clock. Just 15 hours away now, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That's when polls open. Let me pull up that information for you one last time. Tomorrow, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Bring a photo ID with you, and yes, you can still register at the polls tomorrow. So it is not too late to get to cast your ballot, to have your voice be heard. And again, just make sure and go to your actually designated polling site tomorrow, which if you don't know, again, head to myvote.wi.gov, and they will make sure and get you indicated to where you need to vote. Hey, thanks for joining me on the live desk today. We'll be back tomorrow at noon.